headed by our Honorable Premier. We will not be working alone. The Minister of Police, Minister Senzo Mchunu, have led the signing of a collaboration agreement within the province in Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, Tshwane. Hence, we will have worked closely as the law enforcement agency, community policing forum, security industry as well. We are, of course, ready over celebrations within the province. Honorable Chairperson and members, all the above mentions operational thousand 115 arrests for driving while under the influence of liquor or alcohol, of which we are great in this effort to say our Metro Police, Gauteng Traffic Police, RTMC or National Traffic, they're giving a big share in terms of those successes. 294 suspects arrested for illegal possession of firearms and or ammunition. Recoveries for Operation Shanyela for the period under review, 238 firearms, of which 22 rifles and 5 shotguns, 211 revolver or pistol, 3,480 various kinds of ammunition, 223 dangerous weapons, 138 hijacked or stolen vehicles used in the commission of crime, 117 kilograms of various kinds of drugs, 23,118 kilograms of cable, and of which it is a concern within our community in terms of essential infrastructure. Having said this, we know for the fact that in Lodium, in Tshwane, we had a big recoveries of over 35 million, of which those items were to be removed from power station. 90,305 liters of liquor, Advocate Manamela there, 487 and 24 counterfeit or illicit goods. Honorable Chairperson and members, these successes and recoveries are only for Shanyela operations and do not include day-to-day operational successes. And of course, with the current challenges, as we had remarks by the Honorable Chairperson, with the current challenge, foodborne illness, death, as pronounced by the state president, to register all the spaza shops, outlets leading from the front by our Premier Panyaza Lesufi, as we collaborate the efforts of ensuring that we work closely together. We have these close collaborations as we work with different government departments, and of course we have in Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs known as COCTA, Department of Economic Development, environmental health inspectors or practitioners, Department of Health, Department of Agriculture. These challenges beyond this year. Up until to date, we have since closed 413 spaza shop, dealt with 693 for non-compliance, and arrested 227 for illegal immigrants. Overall crime, 17 community reported serious crimes. Honorable Chairperson and members, we are once again the only province which managed to reduce 15 of the 17 community reported serious crimes, of which we are mindful that the community continues to be affected by crimes, Honorable Chairperson and members, as the reported figures remain high. And also be mindful of the governance public safety survey, which was released in 2023-24, where the communities are having a concern about their safety. Safe to say, Honorable Chairperson, you have made these remarks on your opening statement that we must deal with the perception. We have previously reflected before this committee to continue maintaining the achievement of a downward trajectory of crime levels. Indeed, for the quarter under review, we have maintained a contribution of 26.9% to the national overall crime picture, which is still a high number, of which in the country we are the highest, while recording 6,525 counts less, translating to 6% reduction on the overall crimes within our province. Contact crimes, Honorable Chairperson and members, this is the category which includes offenses such as murder, attempted murder, assault with intent to do grievously bodily harm, common assault, as well as robbery aggravated. The province has, for the quarter under review, managed to record a decrease in the category of a contact crime by 7.6%. Notably, murder, attempted murder, and assault related offenses shown a decline. However, sexual offenses, Honorable Chair and members, particularly rape, sexual assault, have since been on increase. Contact-related crimes, the two crimes reported under this category, arson, malicious damage to property, have both recorded a reduction, resulting in this category decreasing by 10.7%. Property-related, this category experienced a 10.6 decrease driven by reduction in all offenses, burglary residential, burglary business, theft of motor vehicle, theft out of motor vehicle, and the stock theft. Other serious crimes category has recorded an increase by 0.4% for the quarter under review. This category comprised of crimes such as other theft and commercial crimes, shoplifting. Commercial crimes remain a serious concern as it contributes 12.4% of the 17 community reported serious crime. Our challenge with the commercial crimes is a particular fraud, together with our stakeholders as well as the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. We will continue to raise awareness on some of these romantic scams which is happening on the online shopping scams, job scams, the SA assets-based fraud for vehicle financing. As we know, people, they like to drive flashy vehicles, meanwhile they cannot afford, and hence they getting into this. Fraudulent home loans applications, amongst others. Crime dependent on police action. The category of crime dependent on a police action has increased by 12.6%. And by the way, this category, there has to be increased because those are the activities which are carried out by the police officials or the law enforcement agency. During this period, we were able to increase the 3 out of 4 offenses, with illegal possession of firearms and ammunition decreasing by 6%. But of course, with that decrease, for the quarter, we had managed to get 1,066 firearms. And this figure is a recovery which includes day-to-day, as previously when I was reflecting, I indicated the issues of Operation Shaniela. While drug-related crimes increased by 11.8%, sexual offenses detected as a result of police action increased by 23%, and driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs increased by 16.8%. Combined convictions for FCS, we have just uplifted this one, as I've clearly indicated that we had an increase on sexual offenses and rapes. Honorable Chairperson and members, the Deputy President of the Republic, the Honorable Paul Mashatile, has launched the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children on Monday, the 25th of November 2024, under the theme 30 years of advancing collective action against women and children. We are all aware of the significance of this program, which is commemorated annually between the 25th of November and 10 December. I want to assure you and the public that for us as the police or as the law enforcement agency, the combating of crimes against women and children remains a priority for 365 days. For the quarter under review, family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses where we have managed to arrest 1,031 suspects for sexual offenses and present 155 cases in court where 130 sexual offenders were sentenced to a combined 27 life terms and 1,042 years imprisonment. The FCS, as a specialized unit, has also conducted 119 targeted awareness campaigns, reaching a total number of 97,767 adults and 21,510 children. The campaign concentrated on strengthening partnership with the relevant stakeholders, as well as on creating awareness on the importance of reporting sexual offenses, gender-based violence, and femicide. The hard work by FCS under the leadership of Brigadier Zulu have resulted in a case study of a serial rapist, Kosinati Emmanuel Phakati, known as the Benoni serial rapist, who was convicted on 148 counts, including 90 counts of rape and 43 counts of kidnapping, amongst other charges. As he was sentenced on the 4th of October this year to 42 life terms and an additional of 791 years and 6 months imprisonment. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate all our stakeholders, our social partners, community-based structures, as well as the community at large for always willing to work together with the law enforcement agency in a fight against crime. Honorable Chairperson and members, safer festive season is upon us. I am confident that we will continue to work closely together with our partner stakeholders as we have been doing so during the course of the year. We know that in Gauteng, this is a period when our crimes level increase due to the influx of people coming in and out of the province. That is why we plan ahead and we assure the community that we are operational ready for policing the festive season operations, which we have heightened from the 15th of October to the 31st of January 2025, and of course, beyond that. Honorable Chairperson and members, we are taking note of your remarks. We must give attention to the welfare of our law enforcement agency. We are, of course, in the South African Police Service having the Employee Health Wellness, which is called EHW, of which we having the practitioners like psychologists, social workers, those who are there or employed full-time to ensure that they make assessment of our employees, those who are working for the South African Police Service. And once more again, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, a strong warning to people who are on the wrong side or who will be on the wrong side of the law that we will hunt them wherever they are, whether they are in the valleys, the rivers, the mountains, and of course, they will feel the heat as we are pursuing the slogan of #Crime Must Fall. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to hand over to our provincial head of the Crime Register, Brigadier Mpho Chakalani, to present a comprehensive crime picture of the second quarter for 2024-25 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I ask if there's anyone who is connected to the Teams who's in the house now, inside the meeting, because that's where the feedback comes from. Thank you. Over to you.
Acknowledge your presence as well as of Deputy Speaker of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, members of the community, as well as the MMC that is present. For the sake of time, let me say all protocol observed. Honorable Chair, I will be presenting the crime statistics for Gauteng, covering the second quarter of the financial year 2022-2025, which reflect the period of July up until September. The crime statistics was released by the Minister of Police on Monday, which shows the 9 provinces covering the national. However, for today, I will be focusing on Gauteng for the period that I have indicated. The crime statistics was placed on the SAPS website after it was released. For today, I will be focusing on Gauteng, as we usually start with the scoreboard. where we'll be showing the crime overview for the period, which I will later unpack some of the crime or selected crime for the period. As we can see, for contact crime for Gauteng over the reviewed period, which is July up until September, our contact crime, it has decreased by 3,513, translating to 7.6% reduction. 6 out of the 7 offenses saw a reduction, with the exception of sexual offenses as a result of rape as well as sexual assault. We have recorded an increase of 82 counts, 3.1%. The reduction under these categories matter. In total for Gauteng for Q2, 1,579 people were murdered, which translate to a difference of 46 counts less compared to the previous period, same period, 2.8%. Attempted murder, we also saw a reduction of 33 counts. Assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, there was also a reduction of 582 counts. Common assault also decreased by 862. Common robbery also decreased by 353. We also saw a significant reduction of robbery aggravating there, mainly due to our trios, which is mainly the 3 offenses which carries most volume under this category. We saw a reduction of 1,719, 12.1%. Still under contract crime, however, looking at the subcategories, sexual offenses as well as robbery aggravating accounted for already under this category. With sexual offenses, there are the following offenses that are covered: rape, sexual assault, attempted sexual offenses, as well as contact sexual offenses. With rape, there was an increase of 75 counts, sexual assault 14 more, attempted sexual offenses a reduction of 14 counts, contact sexual offenses 7 more accounts were reported. Looking at robbery aggravated as a subcategory, starting with the 3 that are mainly referred to as the trio, which is carjacking, robberies at residential premises, also known as house robberies, robbery at non-residential, also known as business robberies. Carjacking, we saw a reduction of 251, 8.4%. Robberies at residential, also a decrease of 317. Robberies at non-residential, 388. As a subcategory of trio covering the 3, we have seen a reduction of 956, 13.9%. In terms of robberies of cash in transit, the CITs, for the quarter under review, 18 incidents were reported. Comparing with the previous period, we have reflected a reduction of 14 counts. No bank robberies incidents were reported for period under review. Truck hijacking also saw a reduction of 5 counts. Moving over to contact related, which covering the 2 offenses, which is arson as well as malicious damage to property. We saw a reduction of these 2 categories, resulting to contact related as a category having a reduction of 760, with arson reporting 7 counts less, malicious damage to property 756 less. In terms of property related, all 5 offenses reported under this category saw a reduction. This is the category which carry main volume after the contact crime. With burglaries at non-residential premises, a reduction of 446. Burglaries at residential, a decrease of 1,071 counts. Theft of motor vehicle, 609 counts less. Theft out of motor vehicle or from motor vehicle, a decrease of 240. Stock theft, 23 less. As a category of property related, an overall reduction of 2,390. Moving over to other serious crime, theft general increased by 1,000, decreased by 1,359. Commercial crime, which is our second largest contributor offense of all 17 community reported, is contributing over 12% towards 17 community reported. We saw an increase of 2,359. These offenses mainly coming from the fraud, corruption, bribery, misrepresentation, as well as false pretenses. We also an increase of 22.9%. Shoplifting decreased by 622. As a category of other serious crime covering the 3 offenses, an increase of 138, mainly due to commercial crime. When you look at the 17 community reported overall category, we saw a decrease of 6,525, mainly due to the reduction of our contract crime, property-related crime, as well as contact-related crime. 6% overall reduction. Moving over to crime detected as a result of police action. As I indicated previously, for this category, ideally we want to see an increase as opposed to 17 community reported, because for this category, this is where we want to see the police effectiveness in terms of arrest, detection, as well as confiscation. This is whereby we are led for the roadblocks as well as intelligence-driven operations. For four offenses covering under this category, we saw a decrease of the three, an increase of the 3 and 1 decrease of illegal possession of firearm and ammunition by 68 count. Although we have reflected a reduction of this, in total for the quarter, 1,066 firearm were detected for this period. Drug-related crime, there's an increase of 1,082. Driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, we also increased by 987. Sexual offenses, 77 more. In terms of the overall category, we have seen an increase of 2,078. When we look at the crime rate or a pay ratio for all these offenses, mainly here we are looking at the contract crime because we want to focus where the unit of measure is a percent. The main reason of doing this, we want to have a fair comparison between the provinces in terms of measuring the crime rate. We have used the Status A mid-year population estimate for 2021 series to determine the crime rate for the following offenses from contact crime, which is murder, rape, attempted murder, assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, common assault, as well as common robbery. We have seen a reduction, the crime rate for all the contact crime except with the rape, with 12.9 out of per 100,000 population. In terms of murder, there's 9.4 per 100,000 population. Attempted murder, 10 per 100,000 population. Assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm is 53 per 100,000. And common assault, 70 per 100,000 population. Common robbery, 21.6 per 100,000 population. Looking at the country, Gauteng contribution towards the overall figure of national, we have seen a slight decrease in terms of the contribution of the province. For this particular period, we have contributed 26.9. When we compare with the previous quarter for the same period last year, there's a slight reduction of 0.6 percentage point because last year we were around 27.3%. Gauteng as the main contributor there with the 26.9. The second after Gauteng is Western Cape with 18.7, KwaZulu-Natal with 16.7, as well as Eastern Cape with 10.4. For looking at the month-to-month comparison, which making up the quarter, July, August, September, overall 17 community reported, we have seen a slight reduction during the month of July with 266, a further reduction in August with 2,716, and significant reduction that we saw in September, 3,498. In terms of the district, all the districts except Sidibeng, there was an increase of 1.9%, 121 for Sidibeng for 17 communities reported, mainly due to their contact crime as well as their property related that saw an increase. For the reduction, the highest reduction was from Johannesburg with 2,864. In terms of this district contributing towards the provincial picture of 102 counts that were reported during the period under review, Johannesburg is contributing 36.3% towards that figure. The second highest contributor is Tshwane with 27%, and the third highest is Ekurhuleni with 23.4%. All these districts saw a reduction. We do have our top 40 station contributing. These top 40 are mainly due to the volumes that they have recorded for this period. For this period where my cursor is, the volume irrespective of whether they have recorded a reduction or an increase. So when we interpret this table, the first column, provincial position, it indicates out of 145 stations in Gauteng, this is the position where this particular station is standing out of 145. And then in South Africa, RSA position, Out of 1,165 stations in the country, this is where the station is standing. So for an example, when you take Johannesburg Central, in Gauteng out of 145 is position 1 in terms of the volumes, irrespective of whether they have reduced. And in 1,165 stations in the country is position 5 due to the volumes. The highlighted station, the top 10, they feature in the national position of the top 30 for this quarter. When you look at the top 5 for this particular province, they are all in Johannesburg except the 5th one, Brooklyn. This top 5 station, although they are in the top 5, due to the volumes, they have managed to reduce their crime over that period. When you look at the summary of the station, the top 40, 30 stations recorded a decrease and 10 stations indicated an increase. And of those that reported an increase, Sandton was the highest in terms of accumulating more volumes, 173. And Eldorado Park was those of reported a reduction of 336 less. These are the remainders of our top 40. This station, out of 145, they have contributed 48.4% towards the provincial figure of 17 community reporters. This is the figure that we saw being consistent over the period of time. Contact crime, we also see a reduction. In terms of the interpretation, is still the same as I did with the 17 community reported. Overall reduction in July, August, September. Looking at the district, there's a reduction of 4 districts with exception of Sidibeng, mainly due to their sexual offenses as well as the assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm. Johannesburg also still taking the lead in terms of the reduction, 1,728. The contribution from the big three, Johannesburg still taking the lead in terms of the higher proportion of contribution by 37.8. When you look at the district, Ekurhuleni and Tshwane now they have swapped the position. Ekurhuleni is second as opposed to the 17 community reported is the third contributor. Whereas Tshwane in this instance is the third highest contributor for the contact crime with 23.6%. We do also have a top 40 for contact crime, of which the top 11 also feature in the national list, looking at the top 5 being Johannesburg Central, Tembisa, Roodepoort, Hillbrow, and GP. All 4 except Roodepoort, they have recorded a reduction even though they're in our top 5. Roodepoort has increased with 66 counts. The summary of this station, 25 indicated a decrease and 15 an increase. And of those that reported an increase at Twatwa is leading with 90 counts more. And then Protea for those that reflected the reduction with the highest 170 counts less. The station contributed 50.9% out of 145 for the figure of contact crime in the province for this particular quarter. When you look at the crime that are perpetrated against women and children, zooming into murder, attempted murder, as well as assault GBH, covering both women and children. With women, we are looking at women 18 years and above, and children between the ages of 0 and 17, both boys and girls. For murder, in Gauteng, 264 women were murdered during the period. Comparing with the previous period, we have reflected an increase of 92 counts, 53.5. In terms of whereby women were the victims of attempted murder, we have seen a reduction of 8 counts, as well as where they were assaulted with 383 counts less. Looking at children, 49 children were murdered during the period. Comparing with the previous period, we have seen an increase of 15 counts. For attempted murder, an increase also of 3 counts. Assault GBH, 12 more. Domestic violence, in total in Gauteng, 9,229 cases that were linked to domestic violence were open. When you look at the district contribution towards this figure, all districts have contributed towards that figure, with Johannesburg contributing mainly with 3,222, proportionally accounting to 35% of those. Domestic violence related cases whereby the case is open, when you analyze they are linked to domestic violence. Here we are not only looking at the intimate relationship, we are looking in terms of the relationships between the blood relation or relative, such as between the mother and kids or brother, as well as the relationship of marriage, the spouse, mother-in-law, etc., and other relationship covering boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, as well as the tenant, people who are sharing the same household or dwelling. So for this one, the top contributor, the offenses that are contributed mainly due to DVs in Gauteng, the top three, the first one being common assault. Of all the cases of common assault that were open in Gauteng for quarter, 4,208 of those were as a result of the DV related. The second highest offense whereby DV is playing a role is assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm with 1,544, and the third highest is malicious damage to property with 1,303. However, we also look at the murder as well as rape. Of all cases of rape that were open, 22 of those were linked to DV, which female being the majority of victims with 14 and male with 8. All districts have reported cases of such, with Ekurhuleni having the highest of 8, Johannesburg 6, Sedibeng with 4. In terms of rape, 162 cases of rape that were open were as a result of DV, with still female being the majority of the victim with 151, male 11. The district that is leading in terms of numbers is Johannesburg with 62, followed by Tshwane with 37. Murder. For murder, July we have reduced, slight increase in August with 56, a slight reduction of 3 counts in September. When you look at the districts, Sedibeng and Tshwane have increased the murder in quarter, with West Rand increasing by 51, Sedibeng with 21, Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, and Tshwane, our top 3 heavyweights, they have reduced the murder. The contribution here is between the 2 districts in terms of the proportional. The Johannesburg contributing 38.4, Ekurhuleni 30%. When you look at the causative factors of murder in Gauteng for quarter, we have taken a sample of 1,545 out of 1,579, amounting to 98% cases that we have analyzed to establish the causative factors. As usual, argument, misunderstanding, and road rage, etc., are the main contributors towards our murder in Gauteng, with 144 from that sample that we have taken. These are socially related incidents. Robbery, a second contributor with 118, vigilantism with 82, retaliation and revenge punishment with 17, and the 5th highest is gang-related with 24, taxi-related with 56, and gang-related with 24, and during the commission of crime with 30. In of these murders, we also have the murders of police. In total, for quarter under review, we had 6 police officials that we murdered. Of that, 5 of those were off duty and 1 was on duty. There's also farming committee that also affected. Out of this is total 6, whereby 4 of those were farm dwellers and 1 farm employee and security 1. There's still also phenomena of multiple murder. This is whereby in one incident more victims were killed, which still also contribute towards our murder figure. For quarter under review alone, 55 dockets were open, which resulted in 230 victims being killed. This is the breakdown, as you can read from the screen, in terms of how many dockets were open, results into how many victims that were affected. Of this multiple murder, the one that stood out, which resulted in 5 victims out of in one incident victim, a further additional attempted murder was registered, is that case of Bronkhorstspruit Mafia construction related case. The place of occurrence, this is the same sample that we use to determine where these incidents are mainly occurring, the murders one. Place of public place, streets open, open field and recreation with 951 out of the sample of 1,545. The second highest place where these incidents are occurring is residence of the perpetrator. This is place known by the victim or the perpetrator with 328. Liquor outlets such as Shebeen, Tavern, pub, nightclub, bottle store with 60%. business premises with 40, spaza shop with, and tech shop with 20, together with public transport premises. The instrument that is commonly used during the commission of this crime, the same sample we use. Out of that, we determined that 857 of those murders that were committed in the province were as a result of firearm. I also have to indicate with this 857, it does not indicate the number of firearms that were used. However, it indicates the number of victims that were killed, because you might find out more, one firearm, it can kill more than one victim. The second highest instrument that is commonly used is knife with 138, sharp instrument with 62, and blunt instrument with 31. We do also have a top 40 for murder, of which the top 8 also feature in the national list. Our top 5 being GP, Johannesburg Central, Rotherport, Orange Farm, Germiston, with GP being number 1, with a total recorded incident 53, although it had seen a reduction of 9 counts. Looking at the summary of the station, 18 of those reflected a reduction and 22 of those indicated an increase. And of those that reported an increase, Rotherport with 24 counts higher, and Diepsloot for those that reflected the reduction with 29 counts lower. This station alone contributed 63.5% towards our overall figure of murder in Gauteng for Q2. Rape. Unfortunately, with rape, we have increased during the month of July, August, and September, with the districts, only Sedibeng, Tshwane, Western, that have recorded a reduction due to volumes of Johannesburg and Ekurhuleni. We resulted into the entire province having an increase of 3.6. The contribution are mainly from the two that saw an increase, which is Johannesburg by 36.7, Ekurhuleni with 29%. When you look at the place of occurrence where these incidents took place, out of the sample of 1,464, in total of 2,171, meaning we have analyzed 67% of those to be able to determine the places where these incidents occurred. Residence of perpetrator or victim, this is the place known to the victim of perpetrator, such as family, friends, and neighbor, with a total of 937. Public place with a total of 376, educational institutions such as school, university, colleges, daycare facilities with 20. We do also have a top 40 for the rape, of which top 10 of those also feature in the national list for this quarter, top 5 being GP, Rotherport, Davidton, Diepsloot, and Dobsonville, with GP having an increase of 7 counts. In total, 9 stations only reflected the reduction of rape. Out of this top 40, 2 recorded a stabilization, meaning what they have reported for current period equalized with what they have reported the previous period. 29 stations indicated an increase, and of those that reflected an increase, Rotherport is leading with 23 counts more, and Ivory Park for those that reflected the reduction with 21 counts lower. These are the remainders of our station of top 40 rape stations. In total, they have contributed 56.6% towards the figure of rape in Gauteng for Q2. Looking at trios for July, August, September, we've also seen a reduction. When you look at the district, it's only Sedibeng, which recorded an increase of 0.4, mainly due to their carjacking. When you look at the Johannesburg, they have reduced by 439. The contribution from the 3 heavyweights, which is Johannesburg, 38.1, Ekurhuleni 27.3, Tshwane with 20.9. The top 40 station, which 16 of those, the top 16 also feature in the national list. Top 5 being Tembisa, Rotherport, Orange Farms, Ivory Park, as well as Johannesburg Central. Tembisa, which has more volumes of 132, however, they have seen a reduction of 37 counts. In summary, 21 stations out of this top 40 reflected a reduction, and 19 of those indicated an increase. And of those that reflected an increase for trio crime, it's Cosmos City with additional 42 counts, Midrand for those that reflected a reduction with 73 counts lower. In total, 52% is the contribution of this top 40 station towards our trio crime figure for Gauteng for Q2. Carjacking, when you look at the breaking down of these trios, carjacking, we have seen a reduction of July, August, September, with only Ekurhuleni as well as Sedibeng having an increase of the carjacking, Ekurhuleni increasing by 85 counts and Sedibeng with 5, contributing district, Johannesburg 37.1, even though there was a reduction of 234, and then Ekurhuleni with the 28.8%, Tshwane 21.3%. We do also have a top 40 station for carjacking, 16 of those from the top list having to form part of the national list of top 30 for quota under review, with Orange Farms, Ivory Park, Mamelodi East, Pretoria West, and Kempton Park being our top 5, even though Orange Farm is number 1 with 74 count in total. They have seen a reduction of 2 counts. In summary, 17 stations reflected the decrease, 2 on stabilization, 1 being Mamelodi East, and 21 indicated an increase. And of those that reflected an increase, Kempton Park highest with 21 counts more, Moroka with those that reflected the reduction with 40 counts lower. This station alone contributed 58% towards our overall figure of carjacking in Gauteng for quarter 2. Robberies at residential premises, house robberies. We have also seen a reduction during the month of July, August, September in a quarter, with only Sedibeng having an increase of robberies at the residential premises with 33 counts, 23.9%. The reduction from the 4 district highest being Ekurhuleni in terms of volumes or counts with 156 counts less. The contribution are still mainly from the 3 heavyweights, which is Johannesburg with 38.1, Ekurhuleni with 24.6, and Tshwane with 21.8. We do also have a top 40 station for robberies at residential premises. Top 9 of those featured in the national list of top 30 for robberies at residential premises for this quarter. Top 5 being Rotherport, Tembisa, Meadowlands, Boisens, and Mondio. Rotherport have increased by 12 counts, Tembisa reduced by 32. In terms of the summary of this top 40, 14 stations reflected the decrease, 1 on stabilization, which is Vierdebrug, and 25 stations indicated an increase. And of those that reflected an increase, Meadowlands having the highest count with 32 counts, Tembisa for those that reflected the reduction with 32 counts less. The station contributed 58.9 towards our figure of residential premises for quarter 2. Robberies at non-residential premises, a reduction throughout the 3 months of the quarter, with all 5 districts having a reduction. Highest in terms of the volumes is Johannesburg with 132, of which is this district with the proportional contribution higher of 40.1%. Top 40 station of non-residential, 13 of those, the top 13 of those also feature in the national list. Top 5 being Johannesburg Central, Florida, JP West, Pretoria West, and Boisens. This station, they are heavy
the presentation, PC, and second presentation on the priority crimes. And yeah, thank you. Over to you.
Good morning to the Honourable Chairperson of the committee, the Deputy Speaker, other members of the committee, the MMC, the HOD, as well as the Provincial Commissioners, the Deputy Provincial Commissioners, and the senior management of SAPS, other stakeholders. All protocol is observed. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair, to do the presentation on the progress report as was requested during the invitation to the Provincial Commissioner. In terms of the overview, those are the factors that was requested that we will provide detailed on. First, in terms of interventions to address gang-related violence. Secondly, progress to curb illegal mining. We'll also look at human trafficking and kidnappings, second-hand goods dealers and scrapyards, as well as interventions to address vigilantism. Chair, the presentation is quite detailed, so in the interest of time, I will attempt to not dwell too much in all the detail without doing injustice in terms of the content thereof. Chair, when we look at the measures to address gang-related violence within the province, we see that the areas mostly affected by gang violence occurred the following police stations that we've highlighted there on the slide, namely Sophia Town, inclusive of Westbury, Eldorado Park, Langlaagte, and which includes Riverlea, Orlando, Moffat View, Boysons, as well as Reiger Park. It's also stated that strong familial links exist between the gang members in these areas. In the above areas, there are two main opposing gangs that is operating, named the Veradors, as well, or the Hervaros Quartet, and the Fast Guns, except in Reiger Park, where we have the Dugans, Sour Boys, Serpents, and terrible gangs that are active in those areas. Also indicated that the conflict and resultant violence within and between the aforementioned gangs is mainly caused due to drug dealing activities, territorial dominance, leadership contestation, as well as initiation processes into the gangs. Commodities dominating the gang activities include drugs, firearms, motor vehicles, as well as corruption. Chair, in terms of Gauteng, we address crimes, and also this crime by means of the implementation of the five-pillar approach, and the slides to follow will indicate to the House in terms of the activities that is implemented in each of these pillars. Our first pillar speaks to intelligence gathering, analysis, and coordination. Also reflected there that in the past year has seen the leaders of the Fast Guns and Varados killed, which led to heightened levels of violence in the areas. Gang members and their families started to move out of the traditional gang areas mentioned, and they are also now moving into Bella Vista and Criswell in Boysons, as well as South Hills in Moffat View. Young boys are used as shooters and also used to courier the firearms and ammunition from point A to point B in these areas, and it's also found that females are used to hide, carry, and transport firearms. Gas or toy guns are increasingly seized, which is used to threaten, intimidate people, and commit crimes with as well. Gang shootings occur for various reasons, which include within the same gang as a result of personal disputes or contestation for leadership positions, rivalry between different gangs over drug territory, as well as the revenge killings. Social media is increasingly used by the youngsters to show their loyalty to a specific gang by means of hand signs, and some even pose with firearms, whether they are real or not. In terms of intelligence, the mitigating measures that's implemented is intensive interviewing and interrogation of victims and suspects, profiling, purifying of the list of repeat offenders, identification of drug outlets, as well as the targeting of those, cases withdrawn are reviewed by the detective environment, intensified collection efforts on priority targets, and then there's 3 long-term drug operations that has been registered to address targets from these gangs. The priority targets that has been identified includes 2 of the main opposing gangs, namely Verador's Quartet, where 8 priority targets were identified, which includes 1 main target, 1 right-hand man, 6 lieutenants, as well as 12 shooters. 4 of these targets were arrested and 1 is deceased. In terms of the fast guns, 6 priority targets were identified. A main target, 1 right-hand man, 4 lieutenants, and 11 shooters, and 3 of these have been arrested. Chair, we're moving on to Pillar 2, which is our proactive approach in terms of high visibility, and there's a number of activities that has been implemented to address this pillar. First of all, it includes regular school searches, drug awareness and school safety campaigns, community outreach and targeted street Izimbizo in identified areas, improving youth-related activities aimed at reducing drug abuse and gang-related activities, the exposing of problematic liquor outlets closing after trading hours, also selling liquor to minors, and allowing firearms and other dangerous weapons into their premises, and also then to recruit and deploy community patrollers in all of these identified areas. There's a number of activities that have been implemented for the period under review, being the 2nd quarter, in the identified stations that is mentioned there: Sophiatown, Orlando, Langlaagte, Eldorado Park, Reiger Park, Boysens, and Moffat View. And we can see the activities include community awareness campaigns, school safety campaigns, school premises that were searched, the Adopt a Cop program that has been implemented at these schools, the number of community patrollers in each of those areas, as well as the number of Gauteng traffic wardens that is deployed within those areas. I will not dwell into the details of the numbers. Operations in terms of Pillar 3, it's our crime combat approach. The following operations were executed by our anti-gang unit, which is a specialized unit established for the quarter. In terms of our day-to-day operations, it was 1,558. Drug operations specifically 104, and disruptive operations were 323. In terms of the arrest that is reflected there for the number of stations that has been prioritized, a total of 958 arrests have been made. Also during these operations, there's a number of confiscations that has been done by the anti-gang unit, and it is reflected there. It's broken down in terms of the different types of drugs that has been confiscated. In terms of firearms and ammunition, we'll see there's 89 revolvers of pistols that has been recovered, 5 rifles and 2 shotguns. And then there's also vehicles, 2 recovered, and motorcycles recovered is 44. Continuing with Pillar 3, also in terms of the anti-gang, for the period of 1 July to 30 September, they were deployed at the following schools in the identified area. We'll see there's 2 schools in the Reiger Park area. There's 4 schools in the Eldorado Park area, Sophiatown, the Westbury Secondary School, Orlando is in Noordgesig, and Langlaagte Riverlea Primary, as well as Riverlea Secondary School. Community engagement was also conducted by the anti-gang unit in Reiger Park on the 2nd of August, and the members of the anti-gang unit also monitor funerals and after tears to avoid mass shootings. Chair, we'll move to Pillar 3, the reactive approach, focusing more on the detective environment and case management. We'll see that for the period, a total of 34 case dockets have been received. Of those, 18 is court dockets, and 16 dockets is still under investigation. You can also see in terms of the middle of the slide, there's a breakdown of murder, attempted murder, possession of firearms and ammunition, and other dockets. Of murder is 13, attempted murder 18, and possession of firearms and ammunition is 11, bringing the total to 34. Case management for the specific stations that has been mentioned: Sophiatown, Langlaagte, Eldorado Park, Moffat View, and Boysens. We'll see in terms of murders, there's 2 case dockets of murder that went to court, and 11 is still under investigation. Attempted murder, a total for those stations is 3 that went to court, and 5 is under investigation. And possession of firearms is 11, also then speaking to the 34 case dockets that was mentioned in the previous slide. In terms of the arrests for the anti-gang unit, or by the anti-gang unit, during the 2nd quarter, as well as those for the stations that is mentioned on the slide there, in total arrests for murder and attempted murder, as well as possession of firearms, is 25 arrests that have been made in 21 different cases. breakdown is there in terms of each of the crimes. Our last pillar in the 5-pillar approach speaks to communication and liaison, and then for the period also under review, a total of 56 media releases and press statements were issued in respect of gang, drug and related successes, and those are just one of 2 examples that is flighted there on the screens of these communication that was shared on the media and social media. Chair, we'll move on in terms of the progress that is made on the intervention to curb illegal mining. We have reported on this matter previously as well, and just confirming a few facts in terms of the illegal mining that is prevalent in 25 of our policing precincts in 4 of the districts. We see in the West Rand district there's 8 police stations that is problematic with illegal mining. Ekurhuleni there's 9, Johannesburg there's 6, and in the Sedibeng district there's 2, which is Deer and Heidelberg. I'm not going to go through this. This is a levels of criminal value chain in terms of illegal mining from level 1 to level 5, which ends up then being the international buyers, importers and refineries. Our interventions, as we reported previously, Chair, it is still continuously implemented on all our organizational levels, being at station level with intensified operations, district level, which provide assistance to the stations, and the implementation of the multidisciplinary approach. From provincial level as well, it is still continuing in terms of the Prof Joint Priority Committee, the Special Combat Operations, and we also see there that the operation support of districts and stations are still conducted 3 times a week, and from the provincial level it is led by a brigadier, and he resumes overall command of the operation for the day. In terms of the national level, it is still in support of Operation Vala Mgodi and includes following role players: our National Intervention Unit, Mobile Operations Unit, Special Task Force, our TRTs, the Drone Unit, the Air Wing, Public Order Policing, and Crime Intelligence in the 4 districts. It is also implemented in terms of the 5-pillar approach. Chair, next we look at some of the activities that have been implemented during the 2nd quarter, specific pertaining to illegal mining. In terms of the illicit mining operations, 355 operations were conducted. Awareness campaigns in terms of illegal mining was 205. Visits to mines was 2,694. And searches which were conducted at mines were 254. In addition to the above, there was also 2 network operations conducted by Crime Intelligence, whereby 4 targets are addressed, and 1 undercover project where 4 targets are addressed. The achievement and successes of some of these operations are reflected on the slide also for the period under review. Undocumented persons arrested was 14,753. Arrests for the illegal dealing in liquor, 1,847. Drug-related crime, 9,704. And possession of firearms and ammunition, 483, bringing the total arrests in terms of illegal related activities for mining to 26,787. Numerous confiscations were also conducted during these operations. I will not go through all of them in detail, maybe just highlighting that during these operations 366 firearms were confiscated, as well as 25 vehicles. There was controlled metal, precious metal, gas bottles, and other pandukas and stampers that is usually used in the illegal mining operations. In terms of the DPCI, they also address level 3 to 5 in terms of the criminal value chain for illegal mining. They still focus on 3 registered projects that they have in the province, namely Project Gravity, Project Greedy, and Project Grumpy Face. I will not go through the rest of that slide. There's also just some successes that has been highlighted that was achieved by the DPCI in terms of disruptive operations on the 8th or the 13th of August at Eikenhof, which resulted in 6 suspects that being arrested. There was also 6 cyanide dams seized. Estimated 500 tons of gold-bearing material were confiscated, as well as 2 cell phones. Further success was also on the 12th of August in the West Rand, where the Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit visited a plot at Deelkraal, where also some people were arrested, and the following seizures were also made: gas bottles, furnaces, 10 kilograms of gold-bearing material, 2 kilograms of carbon, a .303 rifle, a .22 rifle, a shotgun, a .22 barrel, and all to the value of 90,500. Convictions that has been achieved during the period in terms of the DPCI. It's a case that dated back to September 22, where 9 suspects were arrested. During July this year, 5 of the 9 suspects pleaded guilty to charges, and they were sentenced to various sentences as reflected there. 5 of the accused Zimbabweans will serve their sentence and then thereafter will be deported to the country of origin. Gold-bearing material to the value of 585,000 rand was also seized. Chair, we were listening to the second last aspect in terms of human trafficking and kidnapping. As reported in the previous presentation to the committee, the following are still in place to address human trafficking. These are mostly by the DPCI. There's a provincial task team on trafficking in persons, as well as a provincial rapid response team that has been established. The DPCI has a national trafficking and response coordinator who is responsible to coordinate and monitor trafficking in persons in the 9 provinces, with a provincial coordinator as well. The mentioned units have dedicated trafficking in persons investigating officers, and they do not only assist and protect victims in the investigation of trafficking in persons, but they also coordinate and collaborate in trafficking in persons, public education, as well as awareness campaigns. The DPCI currently have the following feedback in terms of the docket workflow with regards to human trafficking for the second quarter of 24-25. There's 30 case dockets and inquiries that carried over from the previous quarter that is still under investigation. 2 disruptive operations were conducted. 2 case dockets were received. 3 inquiries were finalized in the quarter. 1 case docket was finalized and 1 awareness campaign was conducted. In terms of kidnapping, the occurrence of kidnapping for ransom remains an area of concern and priority within the Gauteng province. The key drivers of kidnapping-related crime include socioeconomic factors such as poverty, unemployment, and drug abuse. The occurrence of kidnapping of business people, who are often viewed as an easy target to extort money from families, is still prevalent. The team of organized crime continue to engage the relevant banks as well as SABRIC to trace withdrawals in instances where a victim's banking app has been issued or has been used by the suspects to draw money. The interventions embarked upon is still the establishment of the forums that have been established with groups that is of nationals that is often targeted, include Chinese, Portuguese, and Indian nationals. There's a specialized task team to deal with the investigation of these cases within the organized crime investigation component in the province. There's increased collaboration with the Director of Public Prosecutions as well as the SPP with regarding to kidnappings, and there's also collaboration with security companies to assist with the combating of kidnappings. Just an update on the second quarter, as mentioned by Brigadier Chakalani, there was 113 cases of kidnapping for ransom. Due to the amounts claimed in, ransom amounts requested in these cases, 6 of those cases were dealt with by the specialized team within the organized crime component at provincial level. I highlighted there was 1 case from Roodepoort, Brackendowns, Booysens, Vereniging, Norwood, and Hillbrow. We can see the ransom amounts that has been claimed there. In all of the cases, the victims were rescued. Our last, or the second last aspect, second-hand dealers and scrapyards. The Second-Hand Goods Act 6 of 2009 aims to regulate dealing in second-hand goods and pawnbrokers in order to combat the trade in stolen goods and to promote ethical standards. We also look at the implementation of the Criminal Amendment Matters Act and also ensure scrap metal dealers, general dealers, recycles, and communicate dealers are policed. This is just an objective of the Second-Hand Goods Act. First of all, to regulate dealers and recyclers, to combat the trade in stolen goods, and to promote ethical standards in the second-hand goods trades. In Gauteng, there has been a second-hand goods forum that has been established, which is responsible for the following. First of all, to address non-compliance of the Second-Hand Goods Act in respect of registered second-hand good dealers, ensuring compliance of unregistered second-hand good dealers who do not comply with the requirements of the Act, also identifying and dismantling the market for stolen goods, such as electronic equipment, vehicles, cellular phones, and non-ferrous metals, and also combating cable theft and other essential infrastructure-related crime in terms of the Criminal Matters Amendment Act. Activities that has been implemented during the second quarter. Awareness campaigns, 582, and second-hand goods control operations conducted with 1,426. Table below then also indicates a number of compliance inspections. Various motor vehicle dealers, antique dealers, auctioneers and the like were visited and compliance inspection conducted. In total it was over 23,000 of these inspections that has been conducted throughout the province. Further actions executed in terms of the second-hand goods fines issued. It is also reflected there. Second-hand goods fines 797, J534 issued 2,499. Registered premises closed down were 8. Unregistered premises closed down were 97. Arrests made in terms of second-hand goods related 379. Dealing in goods at unregistered premises 316. And possession or the receipt of possible stolen goods, 19 arrests have been made. In terms of confiscations, there's a number of items that have been confiscated. I will not go through all of them, but it includes copper pipes, batteries, drain covers, there's fuel, petrol in terms of diesel and petrol, scrap metal pieces, telephone cables, train parts, as well as water pumps. In terms of the reactive measures, there's also continuous searches done by the detectives at scrap metal dealers and to check the registers and ensure perpetrators are arrested in terms of the Second-Hand Goods Act. The case management by the detectives for the same period under review is also that there's a total of 731 cases, which also contains 704 arrests, and there's 27 cases that is still under investigation. Lastly, Chair, we will reflect on vigilantism. We will say that vigilantism refers to the act of taking the law into one's own hands, often through violent or intimidating means to enforce justice or maintain order. Vigilantist types bypass official authorities such as police or courts to punish perceived wrongdoers. Types of vigilantism that is occurring, first of all, is community-based, where neighborhood watch groups or mobs seek to protect their own community. Political, targeting individuals or groups based on ideology or affiliation. Economic, punishing those accused of economic crimes like theft or corruption. And lastly, cyber or online vigilantism such as hacking or harassment. The causes for vigilantism can be one of the following, and this is not an exhaustive list: lack of trust in authorities, perceived injustice or corruption, economic or social instability, cultural or historical traditions. The effects thereof can be escalation in violence, human rights abuses, undermining the rule of law, increased fear and mistrust, as well as potential and false accusations or mistaken identity. Consequences, obviously, is in legal repercussions, charges of assault, murder, etc., social ostracism or community backlash, physical harm or injury, emotional trauma or psychological damage, and normalization of violence. The alternative to this is community policing initiatives, restorative justice programs, support for official law enforcement, education and awareness campaigns, as well as non-violent activism and advocacy. Chair, lastly, when we look at case management from the detectives in terms of vigilantism, a total of 28 cases, as reflected in the table below, is currently under investigation pertaining to the second quarter. There's a number of those cases in Tshwane. We will see Mamoli East had the highest number of cases of 5. Johannesburg, the highest number was at Lenasia with 6 cases, and in Sedibeng area, Sebokeng at 2 cases of vigilantism. Chair, with that we submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. But there are areas where we need to do much better and where we have been doing better just to improve to level of excellence. It's an important thing, Commissioner, that we note the areas of concern, particularly the areas around the sexual offenses. We know we've made this point before that this is one crime category that is difficult to police. because it usually happens between people that know each other and in areas and spaces where the victims are supposed to be safe and actually protected, meaning that in their homes and houses. So I would want us to maybe feature now the issue of questions and comments, which I think we will combine from honorable members, and then we deal with them, and afterwards we can be able to continue with the meeting. I think this is just to facilitate so that members don't forget their comments and not confuse also the facts. So I would open for comments, members. Member Gnene, Member Manamela, Member Su. Okay. You can start.
No, thanks, Chair. I think we appreciate the report and the work done by the law enforcement agencies. It looks a bit overwhelming, looking at the number of rapes. I mean, that's too high. And as you said, it's crimes that happen in households. And I think we would need more education, to try and change behavior of people, and obviously so that we have less of these set crimes. Also vigilantism, which is quite a worry, that we have such large numbers of communities who decide to take the law into their hands. And also attend the court cases. I looked at the top 10 areas, which I noticed that of the top 10 police stations with high levels of crime reported, it's mostly the CBDs, with Tembisa featuring amongst the CBDs. I don't know what would be the cases that, I know it's also Temba. So these areas seem to be areas where there seems to be high levels of crime. So I noticed that there are also interventions, special interventions that are focused on these priority areas or priority crimes. But I'm not sure if there's any special interventions to deal with crimes in the CBDs that have been noted as like Joburg CBD. That police station seems to be consistent in all crimes in terms of the Joburg Central seems to be the high crime spot. I'm not sure if there's any special intervention for those. I noticed that this anti-crime, anti-gangster unit is doing its best. It's also a bit worrying that these communities, there seems to be high levels of crime, and the areas are consistent where these crimes happen. And clearly, we need far more than just arresting of these criminals. There needs to be a far more social and maybe a political program to really try to reduce these levels of crime in these areas, because it shouldn't be normal that you expect that in these areas where gangsters are rife, that it should be something like it's normal in society, and all of us, we seem to accept that says yes would die, no more elders. education amongst society so that
Member Soon.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, through you, I think my first comment must be a positive one. And I want to commend the PC and your team. It's always good to see those green columns every time we look at those crime stats. So it's very encouraging. Thank you very much, and please do keep up the good work. PC, I think then this speaks to the good news that of the 209 new vehicles that the province will be receiving. I had the pleasure of driving past the demonstration, but I must also say you caused such a traffic jam that I thought it was an accident until I myself turned around. It was really impressive. I am sure not only us law-abiding citizens, Chairperson, saw that demonstration, but the criminals in Gauteng saw that demonstration of strength. So it's a very good thing to see. And that leads to my question is that, some of the police stations that we see on the report on the crime stats are really struggling in terms of getting those numbers down. And I hope that with the allocations of the new vehicles, they will be bolstered in terms of resources. Can you please share with us what or how these allocations will be made? Will it be per district or per police station? And what criteria are you using to allocate those police vehicles? And I want to turn to the Joburg colleagues, that Joburg remains very high in terms of some of the crimes. But I know you're doing good work in terms of metro policing. The previous report we had, Joburg ranked #1 out of most of everything. PC was kind enough to explain to me of the population and the number of people, but I think we still need to do more. I think by saying that I am, passively trying to push some resources to your side. But if you do get those allocation of new vehicles to assist in your policing work, Acting Chief Jaka, I would really press upon you to please deal with CBD and deal with many of the other areas that you and I know very well that needs, special attention. Illegal mining in Joburg is bad. People are scared to go out, especially with the gang-related violence. So those I don't need to repeat. I know you know them well. So I really want to ask that you put specific emphasis. When we received that report, and my apologies, I didn't get the colleague's name on the second report, that young boys are being used to commit those crimes. It's very easy for young men to watch movies and try to emulate the wrong things. And I think that's where we need to perhaps pick up education. I remember it was quite a, in conclusion, I'll sum up, Chair. I remember it was one project where those potentially young men that would go into that field, they were taken to the prison. They were taken to the prison for a tour. They were taken to probably the most violent criminals in those prisons to show that if this is a path that you want to choose, and this is the cell that you end up in with those big grown men, I think that's, some education perhaps we need to look at to ensure that we not only fight crime, but we also tackle the education part of our young people to ensure that they understand, being involved in a gang, it's not as flamboyant as it may look on TV and movies from Hollywood, but it has serious consequences, especially when you have a criminal record at a very young age. That takes with you for life. Chair, I will stop there. Thank you.
issue of sexual offences and rape must be something that we need to do something about it. And I've also noted that we need to maybe have a framework of interventions, particularly when you intervene in police stations where there is general poor performance by the police, by the police station. We have noted the improvement in El Dorado. You know, we've also noted some improvement in Rehat. You know, we went there for a public meeting, and what we have noted, which is common, is that when we change the leadership of the police station, you know, it usually brings about some changes. I think even in Orange Farm, it's the same. You know, in some categories of crime that we're worrying in Orange Farm have also shown that there's some good performance by the police station. So I'm just saying that maybe, you know, the police service must also just develop a framework, a standard framework on interventions on poor performing police stations. Just besides the issue of resources, we just also need to get a hold of how we change that. The issue of contact crimes is clear. You know, that's why we call the liquor board to be part of this meeting, which hopefully going forward, it's going to be a regular. They are going to be our regular visitors and guests in our midst, because most of these contact crimes are actually fueled by alcohol, you know, and we cannot just allow it as a society. And also being the board that oversee the licensing of these facilities, you know, there must be some concern from their side, you know, in that. But it's a discussion that will help when we engage with them. And maybe the last two comments is the issue of the school safety. You know, it's quite impressive the number of activities you are engaging, but seemingly it's like they are not reaching where they are supposed to. And I suppose that we need to encourage the police service to do more. You know, I think what Member Soon is also saying is one of the aspects that needs to be carried on. You know, adopt a COP, you know, the activities, the forums that are getting organized. But maybe, Bab Masilela, the other issues that the CPF and the youth themselves, you know, from the communities to help in that regard of maintaining school safety. We need to protect that project of learning and teaching, you know, because that's where our society's future actually lies. But we note the overall reduction. Like I've said, where we've been doing better, let's excel. Where we have not been doing better, let's improve. And we will have to also lastly have a way on how we do it incrementally, you know, and act on small problems so that it has bigger outcomes later. So I'll allow you, Commissioner, to come in and respond with your team. But generally, I think we are quite satisfied. You know, I think it just calls for us to not to sit on our laurels, but to improve more in that aspect. Thank you. Over to you, Commissioner. Maybe as we are discussing for the committee, maybe we have been owing the visit to GP. It has come onto our radar quite often now, and I think we need to descend towards GP and Sunnyside. Last time we did Pretoria Central, and Brooklyn and Sunnyside also, they seemingly becoming much of a problem. And Temba, you know, police station. I'm not sure about Rodiport, what is the, because it just come out now as a new problem, you know, but it's just something that we need to observe. Over to you, Commissioner.
Once more again, thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. We feel a little bit motivated based on the questions which comes from the floor, but this does not mean that we are saying we must not be held accountable, and where necessarily it has to be robust discussions, questions by the members of the portfolio committee, as we are count on. To the honorable member Kunene, you are just spot on those issues which you have articulated on, and we are taking note of those issues you have made a comment on, more so the rapes that will foster more education in respect of the issues of education to our community, vigilantism as well. You flagged that it is worrisome, as to a certain extent this vigilantism is attributed to the issues of trust by the police or by the law enforcement agency. We are taking note in ensuring that the management present in here, we have to put or strengthen the issues of management within our areas of responsibility. But I must indicate that based on the presentation of vigilantisms, we also try to work closely with the community. You could see, based on the numbers, I think the numbers is 38 out of that 38, at least through the help we got from the community, at least we could arrest 20 people, because we know for the fact that some of these issues of vigilantism affects, innocent people. The top 10 police stations, indeed, the CBD, you'll realize that, for example, in Johannesburg Central, Pretoria Central, you have, during the course of the day, influx of people who comes, to the city, a lot of activities. During, after hours, it is less thereof. But of course, Tembisa, Temba, as also the chairperson have made some comments on that. We do have special programs, as you have seen. Brigadier Chakalani, as she was presenting, she reflects the issues of national top 30, provincial top 40, of which, except the operational activities, as and when we're getting the budget, we also try, Honorable Chair, to make sure that we look what we have to support those police stations in terms of financial resources, and of course the vehicle itself. So we're having special programs relating to those stations so that we can see the numbers going down. The anti-gang areas affected, yes, of course, with the anti-gang assisting thereof as we deploy them 24/7, Honorable Chair. But I must indicate that that deployment is integratedly so within the law enforcement agency. We also have our Metro Police, we also have our crime intelligence. So crime intelligence is key. General Kalakala is here as a provincial aide for crime intelligence in ensuring that we try to collaborate with our communities in order to try and apprehend this problem of the gangs affected areas. I must admit that to a certain extent, these areas indeed, they are affected by, I will say, the societal problem in terms of, you'll find that children at a younger age, they are involved in this crime. So we're also urging our community that to play quite a serious parental role is quite serious. I mean, it's quite necessary because in most cases you'll find that these people whom we are arresting, they are 13-year-old, 14-year-old, and they are found in possession of unlicensed firearm. So you can see that we are having a problem there. Assault, beating each other, it is a problem. We always say this to our community. We are appealing to our community. Though your contact crimes assault is also having a bearing, honorable chair, in terms of the generators of the crimes. But we are calling upon our community that if we can at least try to be tolerant, because some of these issues you can see is the issue of a tolerance relating to the assault and contact crimes. I'll give you an example in Orange Farm, in the informal settlement or the area called Momkokotlong. We had lost life there at once or at a given time. 7 people whose lives were wiped off because of intolerance. A person goes and wants to buy some liquor, refreshments, and there's a disagreement, and this other person closes the shop, goes to his place, takes a licensed firearm, goes to the family and wipe 7 families. You can see that the issue of tolerance is a problem. Honorable Member San, thank you always for positive comments when you start, but as I always say, it does not mean that we must not be held responsible and then accountable. So you raised the concern of getting the numbers down in terms of the crime, and we are taking note of that. But the allocations of vehicles, how did it come into being? Because there is a various factors which we have to look into. For example, the current fleet boarded, but on the main, it's a crime, the allocation of vehicles. The crime statistics by Brigadier Chakalani clearly reflected that Johannesburg district, out of 100%, is contributing 36%, followed by Tshwane district, 27%, then followed by Ekurhuleni, 24%. Then the other districts, you'll realize that they're having over 6%, the 2 districts. So this allocation of the resources is based mainly on the crime. Because when you check in terms of Johannesburg, including the detectives' cars there, they got a bigger chunk, over 70 vehicles. You check Tshwane, 33, and then you check Ekurhuleni, 31. Having said this, we have to take note that even in terms of a number of police stations, Johannesburg district is having more police stations, having 42 police stations, followed by Ekurhuleni, 39. Though Ekurhuleni is having a bigger number, but when you take the numbers in terms of the crime for 17 community reported, Tshwane comes second, though they are having 36 police stations. So those vehicles were distributed across those spectrums. Honorable Chair, the sexual offenses, we had you, sexual offenses and rape, that we have to put more effort thereof. We understand the concern relating to this. This is one of the topical issues, very much sensitive, and then towards the sentiment of our community. And as I was making my remarks before Brigadier Chakalani, we reflected that there are also this community awareness which is derived from the FCS, for example, 97,767 for the adults, and for the children, 21,510. We are also mindful, I have marked this one, the management, you have to make sure that you remind me on our top management, as we have the top management, though we're moving towards the festive season. The Honorable Chair raised a concern that we need to have a framework in order to deal with these issues precisely for the purpose of looking forward on those crimes. The intervention in El Dorado Park, Rickard, Orange Farms, we really appreciate for that positive feedback. The management is here, the district commissioner is here, but we'll have to put our foot down and make sure that the communities get service which they deserve. And lastly, Chair, it's the contact crimes beating each other. I think I've commented relating to that one. And you indicated the CEO, Advocate Manamela, is here. And we are indeed, during our Shanyela operations, we are focusing also on these generators of the crimes, because they are indeed a problem in ensuring that our communities are and they feel safe. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members. School safety, Chair, yeah, we have taken note of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner, any last comments? Sorry, you know, we cannot afford, not at the start of the festive, you know. If it was in June, it would allow you. Member Manamela.
Thank you. Chair, I want to check through you. Is there preparedness or any form of work that you do with that relates to the Stilfontein saga that's going on? I know it's in Northwest, but these things can sprout up all over the place. We are not immune. Are you ready? Is there some work you do with the colleagues that side? This Varamkoti setup or this illegal mining saga going on, because it can easily affect us or spill into Gauteng. So yeah, what's your thinking? Are you ready? Is there some work that you're doing or some cooperation of sorts in relation to that? Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Member. We are, of course, mindful of this current activity, what is happening in Northwest. Northwest is closer to Gauteng. On the Board of Commissioners, yesterday we had discussions about it in South Africa, because the Board of Commissioners is people who take decisions for South African Police Service. I have frequently engaged the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Kwena, as he was seeking assistance in terms of the numbers, because the numbers were quite high. He wanted that we should assist, but for Gauteng, Honorable Chairperson, members, we have to take note that the issue relating to Operation Valimugodi, which is a main focus into the mine, we are still in force. with the members of the South African Defence Force, with the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. And we know in Gauteng we are affected in mainly 3 districts, West Rand, Johannesburg, Kuruleni, but we are mindful of this phenomenon of surface mining. In other words, the material gets taken to Sidibeni, then they do the surface mining, of which we had quite a number of successes in that space. Safe to say, the statistics or the reflection which I've made in terms of arrest for Operation Shanyel is over 22,000, only for Shanyel. Out of that 22,000, over 7,000 is illegal immigrants, of which on the main, those 7,000, mostly some of them, they are from that space of illegal mining. So we are taking care of that, and week in, week out, we have in the operational matrix. Same applies to this, the foodborne disease where these children get affected. We have together drawn an operational matrix in order to focus, collectively, in order to focus on certain areas. So same applies to illegal mining. We are having an operational matrix where the Defence Force, they meet, the Department of Mineral Resources Energy, they meet, the Metro Police, they also assist them, then they meet, and then we draw the operational matrix in terms of the current problems which we're getting, as well as what we get from the intelligence. So, yeah, that is what one can comment relating to that. Thank you.
Thank you. It's covered? Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for the presentation. Like I've said, where we're doing better, let's excel. Where we're not doing okay, let's improve. And I think it's an important aspect. Fighting crime, ultimately, from our side as public representatives, shouldn't be used for party politicking, because I think we're dealing with lives of people, and we can put police at risk if we do other public stunts that we've seen from some members of parliament, not maybe necessarily MPLs, but I think it's a point Can we start? Can we start? Gunene, we are waiting for you. Member Gunene, we are waiting for you. Nahlala phansi saphana. Thank you. Welcome back from the small break, which was extended with like 7 minutes, but I'm sure it is understood. We had a heavy morning of information. So welcome to our colleagues from the Gauteng Liquor Board who are going to make a presentation. I'm certain for our 7th term, our 7th administration, this is the first time we are having you to be part of the meeting. We have invited you mainly because of our main concern about the role that alcohol use play in our space of community safety. In the levels of crime, it is a big problem. You know, I think you noted yourselves as you are sitting here, and I'm certain it's knowledge that you have been having, that most of the categories of crime that happen in our province and in the country are mainly fueled by alcohol. And in my other head, as a medical practitioner, we know the role of also alcohol in that space. So generally, we need to, we generally have to try and, as a government and as parliament, as the legislature, to try and talk around the issue of regulating. I know I was one of the proponents of people who were pushing for the regulation of advertising of alcohol, because the glamorization of alcohol intake is a big problem, particularly for new entrants who see it as a status and so on. So it's an important discussion that we're going to have on this one, and hopefully we will have a program to deal with it. You know, maybe as a last comment is that in some areas, in some police precincts, we have noted that there are more taverns than churches, than schools. And some of the taverns are closer to churches, they are closer to schools. And when I was going through the act yesterday, it means that some taverns and schools are getting licenses without proper consideration of the act, because some of them are open closer to schools and closer to churches, and there is a stipulation about that. And there's also a stipulation about the acceptance if it happens in the residential area, where the other residences, neighbors must concur. But we know in many instances that some of the taverns are imposed into neighborhoods. So we need to do something about it. It's our main concern. It's a major concern, and I'm hoping that we might play a role in alleviating not only the issues of community safety, but also in terms of our health aspects. Over to you, and I will allow you to, it's your space now and time.
Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, good morning. The Deputy Speaker of the Legislature in absentia, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Provincial Commissioner in absentia also, MMC is present, distinguished guests, and let me say all protocol observed. And thank you very much for inviting us. Chair, we have been asked to present to the Portfolio Committee on the role and function of the Gauteng Liquor Board. As the roll call was actually made, the chairperson of the board is here, and I think she will also assist in answering some of the questions that would actually come from the floor. But I think we should actually, at the outset, acknowledge the hard work that the police officers are actually doing, and their commitment is quite inspiring, because we've been partnering with them in quite a number of operations that seek to restore law and order in our country, in our province. We also want to acknowledge the complex relationships between liquor, economics, crime, public health, and I think the question that begs the committee is that, realizing this challenge, how can we work together as the GLB, as the Department of Economic Development, to address these challenges? And Chairperson, you are quite right that alcohol is a major contributor to many social ills, including contact crime, we saw the stats here, and all other related ills that we actually experience in our society, GBV and all that. And we continue to support the SAPS and other law enforcement agencies, because we continue to partner with them, as I've indicated, in all their efforts to ensure a safer, crime-free Gauteng. And the work at hand is quite a very challenging one, and to balance all the equations, it becomes a bit of a problem. And I know our chairperson was also criticized in many respects elsewhere, in respect of issues that we have actually alluded to, where she probably, through the board, tried to strike some kind of a balance. But there are other challenges, of economics to say, but we derive some kind of income out of this, and we are not unmindful of the social ills that it actually, imposes on the members of the community. So this is the structure of the presentation, Chair, and it will deal quite clearly with a number of issues that we have actually asked us to actually address. The structure, which I've also, the mandate, I'm sorry, which we derived from the Constitution under Schedule 5, Part A of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which is an exclusive provincial legislative competency, and from which we actually drew the Gauteng Liquor Act, which has the mandate to control the retail and sale of liquor, to regulate applications, to prohibit the sale of liquor to certain categories of people, and also to deal with other matters that are actually prescribed by the Act. Briefly, this is the structure of the Gauteng Liquor Board. We have a registration licensing unit, which generally render applications and license services to stakeholders. Stakeholders would be applicants. We also support the work of the board and the local committees by providing administrative and support services when they meet and then when we prepare the agenda and communicate decisions to members of the public. We also collect fees as prescribed by Schedule 1 of the Gauteng Liquor Act regulations as amended. And this is just but also one of the challenges, Chair, where we are, as an entity within the department, asked to collect fees as much as possible, but not to sort of generate profits, but to make sure that we also contribute to the fiscus of the province through the collection of those licenses. We also have a client relations management, which is headed by one of our colleagues. Unfortunately, when the roll call was actually made, she was not mentioned, but it's clear, which deals with query management, that or the queries that we receive on a daily basis. We have set up some kind of a small call center, which deals with all the queries, be it from applicants, be it from members of the community who query about some proliferation of outlets elsewhere, the nuisance that other outlets actually causes, the noise pollution and other bad things that are actually related to alcohol trade, and where the applicants actually flout the regulations and the prescripts of the Gauteng Liquor Act. We also conduct outreach programs through awareness and education programs. Of the community, especially residents associations, where they actually experience this kind of challenges. We also have the law enforcement and compliance unit, which is quite relevant probably to the today's actual presentation, because they work very, very closely with all the law enforcement agencies, the SAPS, the metros, and other agencies that actually work with us to enforce the law. And then they are appointed by the MEC in terms of the Act, and they conduct proactive inspections and inspections that the board would actually direct them to conduct, so that they fit into the discussions that the board would have in determining applications. We also monitor existing and prospective licenses, and then they also have got the powers to actually, through the board, to call people to actually attend meetings or hearings that the board would actually conduct. They can also issue compliance notices where there is contraventions, and ensure that the Act is actually being adhered to the letter, and then they can also, investigate allegations of non-compliance through information that we would actually get from members of the public and other structures in the communities. So these are some of the trends that we've actually identified of non-compliance. I think they range from applicants or outlets or operators who would actually trade without a valid license, which is quite a very huge challenge to us because the Act considers this kind of conduct as a criminal act, it's an offense, and that's where we interface with the law enforcement officers to actually clamp down on people who trade without the required licenses. There's also areas where on consumption outlets are actually being used as takeaway outlets, where people who are supposed to be sitting down, drinking or enjoying their liquor tend to have certain other items or alcohol products actually removed by consent from the trader out of the outlet, and then they consume them elsewhere, which actually flouts some of these regulations. There is incidents of trading beyond prescribed hours. There's also incidents where the sale and supply of alcohol is exposed to persons that are prohibited. Those are people who are underage and people who are visibly drunk and people who are, or ladies who may actually be pregnant, which is also one of the biggest social ills that we actually have to actually clamp down on. And I think it resonates very well with what the chair has actually said in respect of those outlets that are near facilities that are actually prohibited, like your schools, churches, and all that. We also have got areas or cases of consumption outlets that are actually being used as on consumption. So people go into a bottle store, they buy and they sit there and they drink. So that's an offense, and then we do charge the owner of the outlet if we experience those kind of incidents. Sale of counterfeit and illicit liquor products. I think the provincial commissioner actually alluded to that, and I think we saw that in the stats where these challenges now come out as one of the biggest issues that we actually have got to deal with, where alcohol comes into our country from our borders, and then they cannot be actually recorded or registered with the other agencies where taxes would have to be drawn, or certain other requirements would have to be administered to make sure that we don't have alcohol that is not supposed to be in the country through those channels. So we also have got incidents where there's non-compliance with municipality bylaws, and I've alluded to that in respect of where parking areas are being blocked. There's general nuisance, there's loitering, there's public drinking, and that's where now we actually interface with the Metro Police and District Police to actually attend to those areas. And a host of others relating to appointment of a manager and where alterations are actually being made to the outlet without the approval of the board. Chair, this is just but the I think for the benefit of the committee, the types of licenses that we have, and 19 of those. If you look at the list, we have got 14 of those outlets that would trade between 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the morning, except the one which is a hotel license that would trade until 4 o'clock in the morning. But the rest of those from 15 downwards are allowed to trade between 8 o'clock and 20 hours, and on Sundays between 9 o'clock and 15 hours 30. So these are the kinds of licenses that we normally issue. We have others in terms of another section in terms that's called the I think, special license under Section 281C that may not actually fall within the category of these licenses that are actually listed. Coming to the powers and functions of the GLB inspectors, I've touched on some of those when I actually spoke about, one of the units that we actually have within the department. The challenge that we are having as of inspectors is that they are not peace officers. So they've got limited powers in respect of what they could actually do because they perform an administrative function. We are in the process of amending our act, not the 203 Act, but the 2014 Act, because it was passed in 2017, where we want to sort of, have the inspectors actually confer the powers of, peace officers like your members of the SAPS, where they could actually perform certain other functions more than what they currently do, because each time we have to, call for backup, to, close a particular outlet, confiscate alcohol, and. So this is a challenge that we actually are having, and the other challenge is the manpower, the capacity. At the moment, we have got 20, our full complement is 26, but we have got 22, because 4 of those inspectors had been dismissed because of other misconduct cases. But we are in the process with our new structure to actually employ close to 20 inspectors. We have already done job evaluations, and we should be in a position to be employing those in the nearest future. Big business has also been invited, Chair, to assist through what we call the liquor compliance wardens. This is the project that the Premier had instructed, and because it's an unfunded mandate from our side, but we had discussions with big business because they were invited to actually put, some hand into the whole area of compliance. And we are due to actually source, I think, over a period of 3 years, close to 800, boots on the ground. But we're starting now with 80 that we could source in the immediate future, at least up to the end of the next financial year. No, this financial, I'm sorry, which is March. So we should be able to get in close to 80 boots on the ground that have been sponsored by big business to actually assist us in doing compliance monitoring. They may not have powers of those that the inspectors have, but they will actually assist in constant monitoring of outlets that fall foul of, the loss of the liquor board. So the inspectors also have got the powers to report non-compliance to municipal bylaws to the metros and other relevant agencies, as I've mentioned, and they can also submit reports and provide witness or evidence to the board as and when the board actually conducts hearings. We have been able to actually close quite a number, I think in recent months, a number of outlets that were found to be contravening the Act, and the inspectors have actually provided, good evidence to the board, assisted by the SAPS, where those licenses were actually revoked. As I mentioned, that we have got this close relationship with other law enforcement agencies. They've got certain powers in terms of their piece of legislation, and they always come on board as and when we actually ask their support. So, as I've mentioned, they accompany us to do inspections where we need that kind of backup. And I think worth mentioning also is our participation to Operation Chanela and other operations that SAPS would actually launch on a regular basis. They have got the powers to monitor, enforce, and ensure compliance with municipal bylaws and Criminal Procedure Act, because in the Act there is requirements in respect of observance or adherence to certain bylaws, because local authorities are the ones that would give approval for an outlet to actually trade in its own areas. So that has got the tendency to actually, enter the space of bylaws. So there is that close connection with the municipal police to police that area and to work with the board to deal with those challenges. The police can close and confiscate items at outlets trading without a valid liquor license. I think the PC has actually alluded to the operations that we have actually done where confiscated alcohol was actually destroyed. We also play a role there. The police could also issue a citation or a notice and arrest any person who contravened the act. And they could also provide the Gauteng Liquor Board with a report regarding the conviction and payment of a fine for a liquor-related offense. And they can also, present themselves as witnesses where the Gauteng Liquor Board or the court conducts those hearings that are liquor-related. Coming to the board, because the board has got some prosecutorial function because it's a special body, it's a tribunal or a quasi-judicial body that would, hear, consider, and determine applications as they come before it. And it also has got the power to actually, prosecute some of the offenders within the liquor space. So the board has got the following function. They can consider, grant, and decline applications received. They also advise the MEC on the control over and distribution of liquor. They have got a discretion in respect of conditions that they could actually impose on certain licenses. The board also issues notices and summonses against any person or any party that they would want to gain information from. As I've indicated, they conduct hearings, inquiries, and on allegations of non-compliance to license conditions or the act, and they can also issue fines, which we have done, I think, over the past year or so, not exceeding 200,000, or they can also amend conditions of license that they had already issued, or even revoke the license that they themselves had actually issued on good grounds presented to them. So some of the challenges, Chair, that we have, and I think in my prelude to the presentation was that we are exposed to a very complex situation where there's quite a number of competing interests of people who want to conduct business and the community that is complaining about these people causing nuisance and the health that it actually endangers, if I were to put it that way. So we need to have some kind of a very robust regulatory framework that would actually sort of try and address all those issues, even though we may not be in a position to address all of them one by one, but at least there could be some kind of a balance that could actually be struck. With the promulgation of the Township Economic Development Act, because that's where liquor mostly play within our townships, and I think the stats actually could show that we have quite a number of incidents in townships. TIDA actually deals with trade in general in the townships, including issues pertaining to bylaws and the extent to which people would be allowed to trade in a particular space. The National Liquor Authority is in the process of amending its laws, and I think one of the issues that I saw was the possibility of increasing the restricted age of alcohol consumption, which is now 18. They probably want to put it up to 21. So we are watching those two spaces with interest to see how best we could actually infuse certain provisions into, or have some provisions of the law that we seek to review, reflecting some of the areas that Township Economic Development Act and the National Liquor Law Amendment Act would actually touch, so that when we review this law, we are well informed, and then we shouldn't be going back each time certain issues actually arise. So I think that's where we would actually draw some kind of wisdom from. through the TIDA, we will actually sort of balance what is now termed the township economy, but also take into consideration the extent to which the bylaws would regulate space in respect of trade of fast-moving consumer goods and trade in respect of liquor itself, because it's also part of the fast-moving consumer goods. So we have to deal with this issue in our law review, and when we have also considered the whole issue of spatial planning. And Chair would know that, you know, the current spatial planning is quite prohibitive in respect of trade generally, including alcohol trade, and this is the challenge that the board is actually sitting with. Where the board doesn't want to grant, then we have the community actually rising to say, but you know that we are occupying space that does not allow us to actually trade, but we have to actually be given the opportunity to trade, yet you are actually refusing us, licenses and all that. So it's a very highly contested area, which we actually have got to deal with very, very carefully. And I think that's why there is that element of delay in, reviewing our legislation, so that we, rope in quite a number of areas that would actually assist us. So the other challenge.
Let's try to move.
The other challenge is the varying requirements for licensing and issue of permits, because different types of license require different kinds of, conditions or documents. And I think that's where now the board would have to stick to the four corners of the legislation that actually creates them and apply it as strictly as it can, so that we don't create any unnecessary impulse. The other issue is the liability and risk management that we operate under, and we just have to develop strategies to mitigate those risks and address them. Thank you, Chair. I think that's the end of my presentation, and thanks so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I think we've given enough time so that we can be able to understand. I think most of you could be, Member Soon could be that it's just a refresher for you to understand. But thanks for the presentation. It's quite comprehensive. It gives us a better picture. Can I open for members to make comments? Member Gunene.
I think maybe part of there's one thing that I've never understood, Chair. I'm a Christian and I don't drink alcohol, but I've never understood, why do we restrict sale of alcohol to 3:30 on Sundays? What's the impact? What it's supposed to achieve? I just don't understand this law. It doesn't make sense to me, except that it's meant to appease us as Christians. I don't know. I know in the past it was not permissible to sell alcohol on Sundays. Then there was a provision to sell it from.
Difficult consideration. In other words, you cannot issue a license near schools, places of worship, and I also believe like institutions like hospitals and other places where you wouldn't want to find a liquor shop. But now you find it quite strange that, just down the road from the school, you find there's a bottle store or a place where they sell liquor. And in fact, I don't know whether it's the other way around, whether the church came first or the liquor shop came first. I don't know which one came first, but you find a bottle store next to a church, which is very unusual. And I must echo what my colleague said, that it is just not right for us as a community. So please, if you could just guide us on that. And secondly, many of those enforcement operations needs to be done after hours. What is your overtime budget or structure in terms of paying your inspectors to go out there to enforce after hours? And I raise this because I have a similar concern with officials from the health inspectors. The laws are there, the regulations are there, but they said we do not get overtime to go enforce because these things happen at night, late at night. But then we don't get paid to go enforce. Therefore, we cannot go enforce. So the law is there, the warm bodies are there, but our payment structures are not in line with those enforcement times when these offences take place, and that's when you need to enforce. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think mine is just comments, I think, and maybe some further information required. I hear the issue about fee collection, but it can't be a primary function. Like now, you must just exist as long that you collect fees and all the other objectives or mandates that you have are not doing well. But on fees, you have to collect or do something. That's where my first comment would be that with the economic impact of alcohol, I think the fees that you collect might not even compensate a quarter or even a third of the ills, in all respects, not only on community safety, in all respects. So I think it's something that we need to always consider, that the primary mandates and objectives is to make sure that we protect our public. It shouldn't be about collection of fees. The second one is just the issue of audit. I'm certain that you do have the numbers of the outlets, both taverns, bottle stores, and so on. But there are a number of disturbing patterns, that we have seen. We've seen in one shopping mall 3 bottle stores, in one street like 5 bottle stores. I know those who imbibe on alcohol, they normally call bottle stores chemists or pharmacists. So I know in the other side is that pharmacists, they have got a regulation and delineation in terms of radius on where you can open and not open. So with these chemists that you give license to, seemingly that you don't even consider that. You can have 5, you can have Checkers and Tops, you can have this and that, and usually it's big commercial companies that get that opportunity to do that. And maybe I just need a sense of the numbers and what you also consider. My last point, I think it will cut across to all law enforcers, law enforcement, and maybe to the HOD of community safety, that we need to have a discussion on the coordination of enforcement of bylaws. And it is a comment that I'm still going to make, and I'll make also to when the Metros report. But seemingly there is no coordination at all. When the business or when the building inspectors go on to inspect, they can't, the health inspectors are not there. When health inspectors go, the building inspectors are not there. So it hampers, so including yourselves, when you go without other law enforcement agencies, it hampers that. So it makes the enforcement of bylaws incomplete. And maybe that's why we have some of the problems that we're having, because you function in silos, not in one. Metropolis, when they go, they can't enforce this part. They have to wait for other people to come. Maybe we need to have a discussion about the coordination of enforcement of bylaws. I think a third of our problems might be resolved in that regard. Let me hand over to you to respond, but thank you for the presentation. It was quite helpful. We are going to be having you more often to come, and maybe at some point you're also going to give us how many liters have you allowed to be consumed in Gauteng, because I feel very strong that if we can regulate properly, looking at the challenges that we have risen, I think they call upon coordination more than anything to make sure that it's proper. Let's make sure that the ones that are easy to do at the moment, let's implement and tighten up those aspects. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, and honorable members of the Gauteng Legislature. Good afternoon. To Honorable Member Gunene, on the hours. The hotels being given up to 4 a.m. to operate. It is the stipulation of the Act, whilst trying to put our heads together to find the rationale behind that, is that if a person drinks in the hotel, chances are it is an enclosed place. After drinking, they are going straight to their room. There's less chances of any car accidents or any nuisance that can be caused outside of the hotel by being drunk at that time of the morning, not of the night. And to Honorable Sun, the issuing of licenses in accordance with the geographical spacing. This board, more than any other board, we have had serious convictions on this matter. And as a result, we have refused applications more than any other board. And it has put us at odds with liquor traders. The reason is we enforce compliance and we ensure the responsible sale of liquor, with the exception of business areas. And the rationale behind that is that whilst we are a regulatory authority and a creature of statutes, and we have to enforce compliance, but we must also not stifle the economy. So except for the business places, that is the only areas where we grant. In places where there are places of interest within 500 meter radius proximity. So I want to give you comfort, member, that in residential areas, we do not grant at all. If you see any liquor outlets in residential areas, chances are That license was granted before this board, that is number one. Number two, it is an illegal or fraudulent license because we have many of those that are in circulation. And to the chairperson, the revenue generation. It's also another one of our very strongest convictions that we are a regulatory authority. We are not in the business of propelling economy, although we will not stifle economy. And therefore, last year in May, we signed a pact with the liquor traders, whereby we agreed that it is not going to be profits over everything, but it is going to be responsible sale of liquor over everything. And hence, we have declined a number of applications. That is number one. Number two, we have opposed a number of cases against us, and we have won about 82% or so of the cases that we have opposed. So as for this board, we are leaving no stone unturned when it comes to enforcing and defending the Gauteng Liquor Act. And I'm gonna hand over to the DDG on audits and the budget on the overtime.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Peter Hall. I'm the DDG responsible for agency oversight. So all the departmental agencies, the Liquor Board, the Gambling Board, GEP, they fall under my branch. So, Chair and members, the Chief Director is correct. We are in the process now with legislative amendments. What he did not mention, and I don't want to open a can of worms, is the Sabine permit dispensation also, because that is an issue that we're dealing with separately. Sabine permits were a special type of permit to ensure that your traditional Sabines post-apartheid be regulated. So we dealt with that project during 2005 and 2007. At the time, we issued in the region of 16,500 Sabine permits. According to SA Breweries, they, on their records, they have in the region of 52,000 Sabines. So there's still a balance of 16,000 that were not forthcoming for us to issue Sabine permits. Some of them, ultimately, Chairperson and members, they applied for licenses, whether a pub, whether a tavern. So that number of the balance of another 16,000 might be reduced. But we are in the process now. We did publish regulations, but we were challenged in court that the regulations are unconstitutional, and the court gave us 24 months to correct the regulations. Part of the issue that we had was exactly, Honourable Chair, what you said was with the bylaws. Because 99% of your Sabinas are township-based enterprises, and they would not be able to adhere to the bylaws that are currently existing. Then also the challenge that the Liquor Board has, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, is the different bylaws in different municipalities. That also caused some challenges for liquor. But fortunately, recently, with our process to address the issues of spaza shops, which MEC Mahile is currently dealing with, the COCTA also came forward now and issued a standardization bylaw concept for municipalities. We are currently engaging the various municipalities and MMCs through MEC Mahile to adopt these standardized bylaws, not only for the spaza shop conditions, but it will also then ensure that Liquor Board, when we draft the new amendments and regulations, we ensure alignment between the draft bylaws or the standardized format and the liquor regulations. Chair, just to member soon on the issue of what is first, the chicken or the egg. I'm still trying. Maybe Dr. Masuku can help me with that. I don't know. But what also caused a challenge in Gauteng was that all the provinces dealt or administered one liquor act, which was the National Liquor Act of 1989. So when provinces started to introduce their own provincial legislation, all those 89 licenses had to be converted into that provincial legislation. So then there was a provision in provincial legislation that you cannot infringe on existing rights of a license holder. Because with the National Act, and I think some of the police members would know that, there were licenses that were granted 24-hour trading approvals. So when we converted, we reduced that to 2 a.m., for instance, a pub or a restaurant. We were also taken to court by liquor traders, attorneys, but we seem to have won that battle. So that caused a delay, especially with the demarcation of Northwest and Mpumalanga into Gauteng province, Honorable Chairperson. So there were a lot of licenses in the Metsweding area issued under the National Act and also then in Northwest that we had to convert. So we had challenges with that as well, and I think also with the cooperation of the police, we then ensured that those license holders adhere to the issues. Chair, then the challenge that we are also faced with as the Liquor Board is every outlet must have a license. The old Act, if you have a license, you can remove that license and you can take it to another place. We don't have such a provision. So if you have a license here at Birchwood today, and Birchwood opens across the street tomorrow, you have to apply for a new license. You can't use this license and take it there. So that's also some of the issues that we had, and that causes illegal trading, because it's either an issue of education, which CLEW, she's the director responsible for education, are trying to assist communities to bring them up to date with requirements. Once we went with politicians to the Riviera Hotel in the Vaal, and we were all on a boat on the Vaal River, and suddenly one police officer said, "Where's the license of the boat?" And then we realized it's a challenge, because that boat cannot use the hotel's liquor license. So that's why we also brought in the special dispensation under Section 28(1)(c) of the Gauteng Liquor Act for a special license that does not fall into all those categories, a pub, hotel, restaurant, tavern. So you have that. The same as at the airport. Your aeroplanes, basically each aeroplane must have their own liquor license if they sell alcohol or provide alcohol for free. So, Chair, in conclusion, we are in the process to go or convert to a liquor automation system. So we're going to move away from your hard copy applications. MEC is on the verge of announcing the implementation of the automation system. That will also reduce the risk of illegal licenses being issued, because now everything will be electronically. Then also, Chair, like Fatih was saying, with the additional 112 additional inspectors, that will assist us a great deal. Member Soon, yes, on the overtime. Yes, it has been a challenge, especially with the cost containment measures that were implemented. But because of the necessity big project. So overtime must be a continuation of current working conditions. Because in terms of the Basic Condition of Employment Act, the Labor Relations Act, we do have challenges also with inspectors if we call them out for night raids. And we do not provide that type of security. So, Chair, thank you very much. I think those are the high-level issues that I just wanted to raise. Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members.
Thank you. Thank you for the responses. I think this is not the last time we have an interaction. I think next time we are going to call the Liquor Traders Association because they are also a big role player in the space, so that we don't have a one-sided conversation. But I think from the side of government, we needed to first hear from the statutory body, to hear from them what is happening, and then we can engage them. Like we know that in Limpopo, the Liquor Board was quite active in mobilizing society, and they had a case in High Court, something like that. And we need to have some form of peace, but also make sure that the impact of alcohol is quite regulated in our space as in Tshwane Gauteng. And maybe for the team, our team, let's maybe get the proposed standardized bylaw enforcement framework that has been proposed by COCTA. And also maybe if you can share with the one that the regulatory framework that we have, was rejected by the court, that we are working on, so that we can also appraise ourselves with it. But thank you so much for your patience and also to be part of the meeting. Don't get tired. You are still going to come more often in this space. But thank you so much with the team. Thank you.
Chair, maybe also we can get the national legislation that is also trying to further regulate the legal complexities that you were talking about. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much. And when you find comfort, can be able to excuse yourself if you want to, but this is a public meeting, so you can stay to listen to IPID now, to give us a brief progress on the issues and cases that have been put to them. It's not the first time that IPID presents to the committee. We, as a body, as a committee, we have taken upon ourselves because we have taken upon ourselves to become an extra arm of where we can be able to raise public concerns about police conduct. That's why the IPID has been called to give us a sense and a number of cases, because the police officers who do wrong must be dealt with because they spoil
Honorable Chairperson, members of the legislature, members of the community, I greet you. My name is Tulan Magagula from IPID. I'm not flying solo today. I'm with Nomsa Masuku. Nomsa, can you stand up and see? I'm going to present the state from the 1st of April 2024 to September 30, 2024. The that is the mission of IPID. I don't want to dwell too much on it. Everyone can see it. I will go to the stats quickly. This is the vision of IPID and the values of IPID. Our story starts here. This is the types of matter that we investigate. Any death in police custody. Death in police custody includes those deaths of vigilantism, whereby a suspect of police, like a rape suspect, is being beaten by members of the community, vigilantism. So when the police go and rescue that suspect and they take him to hospital and there is a case of rape against him, at the hospital, he is in police custody. If a death can occur in that hospital as a result of being assaulted by the community, we will regard it as death in police custody because he was in custody when he died there at a hospital. So our investigation will exonerate the police that the police did not cause the death of this person. It was caused by vigilantism. I hope I'm clear there. B, death as a result of police action. This is clear. It is caused by a shootout between police and suspect, or any death by the negligence of the police, but it must be a police officer who has caused the death of that person. C, we talk about discharge of firearm. Firearm, we referred to those firearm that is issued to members of the SAPS or municipal police, not private firearms. A rape by a police officer, whether on duty or off duty. So here we investigate all the rapes done by SAPS or MPS, whether on and off duty, rape of any person while in police custody. This one is rare to get it. Here we refer to suspect who are in police custody raping each other. So this one we can go the whole financial year without receiving any. We'll go to F. This is the bulk of our cases. Assault by members of SAPS. Assault occurred when police officers arrest suspect or when there is argument between members of the community and members of the SAPS of MPS. Corruption matters. Corruption matters today. We get it a lot because of cigarettes, illegal mining, kidnapping. Where there is corruption, there is kidnapping, you will find also corruption, because kidnapping always goes with extortion. As today, I was supposed to put about 3 members of SAPS behind bars for kidnapping and corruption. These are members of Flying Squad in Benoni, but the arrest is still going to happen because today I'm busy, I'm here. So, otherwise, those members, I believe, they are somewhere now because they knew that I'm going to put them behind bars. And then H, any other matter referred to it as a result of a decision by the executive director, or if so requested by the minister or MEC or secretary, as the case may be. These are the cases that we are investigating. So the Honorable Chair can refer any other matter which we do not investigate, like we do not investigate malicious damage to property caused by members of SAPS. So the MEC, if so it fit that this matter cannot be handled properly in the SAPS, we can refer it to us. But our mandate doesn't allow it. It must be referred by those that are mentioned here. Like theft, we don't investigate it. Robbery by a member of SAPS, we don't investigate it. So, but those that are listed here, they can refer any matter to IPID. Now, I will go to the performance intake of this is from April 1 to 30 September. The death that we received from April to date, death in police custody, is 25. As I explained, this 25, some of them might have been caused by vigilantism. So those that will receive, we're likely to receive in the SAPS is the one that of hanging in the cells, because people hang themselves in the cells. So if you can look here, disciplinary and criminal, here the three that is mentioned there in disciplinary and criminal, it means that somewhere, somehow, those three cases, SAPS didn't do their job. Like they detain somebody in the cell with a belt, and the standing order of SAPS doesn't allow somebody to be detained with a belt or shoelacing. So our investigation has found that there was a wrongdoing on the members of SAPS. That is why we referred it for disciplinary and criminal. I hope we are still together. And then when we completed 28 of death in police custody. This, the number, if you see 25 and 28, it must not confuse you. The 28 is because of the previous financial year. Then death as a result of police action, we received 45. These 45 also, the death might be more, the murders or death, this 45. It might be more because if there is robbery, there is cash in transit, and the police exchange gunshot with suspect, in that incident, we will count it as one, while there is 5 suspects who were shot dead. But the incident is one. We count it as one, this one. 45 death as a result of police action. So the death as a result of police action, 15, it was found not to be justified. It is not in compliance with Section 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act. That is why we refer it to criminally to the Director of Public Prosecution and for departmental disciplinary hearing. So 15
according to our investigation, it was not okay. So we managed to finalize 32 matters. See, discharge of firearm. We received 76 of them. 12, it was found to be unlawful, and we refer it to for disciplinary and criminal. We managed to finalize 79. Rape by police officers. I'm sure many people, they don't believe that police can rape. You can see this is a state of April to 30 September. 15 police officers committed rape. Thirteen were referred to the Director of Public Prosecution and departmental. And then we finalized one. Rape while in police custody, this one we can go the whole financial year without receiving it. Torture, we received one, we refer one, we completed 4. The difference between torture and assault. Torture is whereby police officers want some information through force, like they call it putting plastic, hey, where is the money, where is the other suspect? So this is called torture, it's assault, but it's called torture. So still there in assault matters, we received 275. You can see in assault is where we received a bulk of our work, 275 from 1 April to 30 September. We managed to refer to the Director of Public Prosecution and SAPS 128. We managed to complete 119. Corruption matters, we received 28. Those one that I said is caused by cigarette. You know, it is quick money nowadays. There is a lot of Pakistani shop. Police goes to those shops and say, you are selling illegal cigarette, and then they seize those cigarettes. After seizing it, they're gonna take quarter of it to the SAPS 13, and then they're gonna take the rest for themselves to sell in another Pakistani shop. It's where the problem is with the investigate and arrest that suspect. During that weekend, Saturday, on Sunday, when we are still doing further investigation, we will hear the wife now want to withdraw the case. Most of our cases of domestic violence, we have that problem. The victim will go to the media, we will see pictures on the social media. The general will run around to say, why? Because when she goes to the media, she will say the police doesn't want to assist me. This husband of mine has been abusing me for the longest time. To only find out, when we investigate, we arrest that police officer. By Monday, she's the one who will be standing there next to the prosecutor's office to say that I'm withdrawing the case. So for now, I'm happy because the Director of Public Prosecution in South, even if those victims want to withdraw the case, they don't allow it. But at the end of the day, it becomes fruitless because these people are the people who must go and testify at court. Then I will go to, the second slide, number of arrests.
As you summarize now.
Okay. Chair, I'm summarizing. We arrested 10 members of SAPS for death as a result. Discharge is 6, rape 9, assault 19, corruption 8, those domestic violence age 5. The other one is failure to comply, police failing to report cases to us. This one, as I'm summarizing, I will jump it. This is the matters on the court roll, our arrest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the summary. I think it's helpful to see the number of the cases that you are handling. They are quite difficult, and like based on human rights, and some of us fought for these rights to be part of the Constitution, so they need to be respected. But that doesn't mean that we must be soft on criminals, because somehow the balance seemingly is the one that eludes us a bit, you know, where we become soft and the criminals become pretty much emboldened in their criminal activity. But let me allow members of the committee to.
You know, some of us who grew up and suffered from this, it's not very nice. I mean, I hope that the management of the police will do something about these members of theirs who as a matter of fact, nje bashaya abantu. I mean, ayikho right lento le.
All right. Yeah, I think it's a concern that I raised before, I think, when we met with the police service, that also there must not be an untold competition between provincial commissioners. You know, with the seemingly social media popularity of the Commissioner of KZN, all other commissioners want to do the same and instruct their members to be like in KZN, you know, like, no, that we must see more criminals dying being short, that makes that your commissioner or your provincial service is effective. So I did warn against and caution that we shouldn't be in that competition of popularity, because then it brings about a lot of wrongness to it. We wouldn't know what is the intention of the whole thing. But thank you, IPID. There will be cases. There were a few cases that we had referred to you last term. I will ask the team to share them with you to see how they were concluded. I think there were two, one from Vosloorus, and the other one was from, not Katlehong, the other one was from Tembisa. But I think the team will share them with you. But thank you so much for the presentation. We are coming closer to the end. We are going to receive 3 presentations at once, short presentations from we'll start with the city of Ekurhuleni. As the host, they want to leave us here. And then they will be followed by Tshwane, and then Johannesburg, because they were the last to arrive. So can we start with the hosts that want to leave us here? Yeah, welcome. The presentation usually covers the areas of crime prevention and bylaw thing in terms of performance and operations that have been put in place. Some of them were popularized in Ekurhuleni, so
delegates and everyone present today. My name is Mabusa Mahlangu. I'm the director for EMPD. Chairperson, without having to dwell much or without being rhetoric and in the interest of time, if you will allow, I actually wanted to say that our statistics and our successes are captured correctly and presented by the PC, and commit and affirm our commitment to a triple mandate as the MPD in terms of our establishment, that we are indeed committed to enforcement of the traffic law enforcement, the bylaws of the city, and the crime prevention. So we'll continue doing that. I do not want to reinvent or go back to what the MPD is doing in relation to what the PC has presented. Chairperson, if you allow, I would love to say we are committed and we are doing the best that we can do to ensure that those mandates are carried out and to the best and to the in fulfillment of the mandate of community safety. Thank you, Chair.
There must be a slide that you show us on the on the number of operations that we have conducted, because I think that's the whole purpose of us bringing you here. I know that some of the work that we have done, it's the work that has been reported by the PC, but we have decided to call on the metros to be here so that we can be able to also, from our side, make sure that we see incrementally the work that we have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, on crime prevention operations, as you can see for July, our operations are multi-facets and are inclusive. We have executed 67 of those operations. And in August, we had 62. For September, we had 56, in total 185 operations that they've been executed, focusing on the identified hotspots or problem areas within the city of Ekurhuleni. We conducted walkabouts in informal settlements as well, where we look at the we communicate with the communities and enforce certain laws in areas where they would under normal circumstances will not be able to go into, and do some awareness as well. When you look at the arrests, as I indicated, that the arrests are captured in the statistics of the SAPS as presented, but those are the arrests that have been where EMPD has been instrumental or actively involved, or arrests that have been made by EMPD and handed over to SAPS. Recoveries, these are but some of the recoveries that we made. If you look at recoveries made over the 3 months, which is the first quarter of the city of Ekurhuleni, we had 54 recoveries in July, August 53, September 52, which varies from vehicles that have been recovered, firearms that have been recovered, and more, and hijacked vehicles. So it's various recoveries that we made. We are also involved in land invasion incidents or operations. We are also involved in illegal mining operations. Yeah, the rest are more on the integrity issues. We've got our own division that deals with the integrity of our members, dealing with the cases of corruption, dealing with claims against the city of Ekurhuleni, dealing with other crimes like theft, dishonesty, and incidents where EMPDs are involved in shooting and so forth. But those are also captured with the, by the IPIT and SAPS. Integrity management, as it continues, the number of complaints that we received is 53. Number of complaints closed due to lack of evidence. This comes mostly when a report is received or a complaint is received, but the complainant turn around to not be in or willing to continue with the matter on reasons known by themselves, or it decides that his life is threatened, or he is not interested because of time, or they, going to court and other things, they decide that they don't want to continue with the matter. Then with the lack of evidence, then the matters are stalled or not continued with. Number of disciplinary cases finalized, those are internal cases, it's 7. Disciplinary cases that are pending against members, we've got 4 at the moment. Numbers on suspension, there's only 1. Civil claims which have been processed and handled is 9. In the period of the 3 months, only 3 members were dismissed for criminal misconduct. Thank you, Chair. I hope I've covered you well.
No, you tried. We tried, you tried, and we will report the misconduct to IPIT. Okay, can we have Tswane? Thank you, Sector. Thank you.
all the other honourable members from the provincial legislature, and then also the SAPs and all other stakeholders present. I might be a new kid on the block, but I've been with community safety since 2011. We've been working with the CPF structures up until provincial level. Then I served on the community safety for 5 years, civilian oversight 5 years. Then they put me on the economic development, and then they put me back now where I belong. But what I want to do, Chair, is, with your permission, these slides are normally just talking about numbers, but I just want to give you some positive infeed as well, because you specifically asked a question concerning bylaw enforcement and what is the cities doing. Now, we have a very good relationship with the provincial government as well as national government. We are believing in the intergovernmental relations. We attending all those meetings on a regular basis. But what we have done out of this to give a much better result, especially on bylaw enforcement, we started a committee which we call IBEC, Interdepartmental Bylaw Enforcement Committee, which is driven by the city manager. The chairperson of that board is our chief of police. The deputy chief is, because of community safety, we also have the chief of emergency services. So in City of Tshwane, those two departments are working as one unit. We're having a monthly meeting where all these people, it's compulsory for them to be present. That includes civil city planning, the health department, all the different stakeholder departments when you do an operation. So when we go on an operation, we've got 3 types of operations. One is per region, because City of Tshwane is about 6,500 square kilometers, where we have 7 regions, and on a weekly basis, every region must have at least 2 or 3 bylaw enforcement operations. The second one is, we call it Riaspana. That is the one where the whole mayoral committee, because they're not sitting in the office, we told them, you put your boots on, we're going to the ground where the people is. And then every Friday, we have an operation in different areas. We target specific areas where there is issues. So on that one, even today, they are in Attridgeville. So what we do is we've covered quite a couple of places. Like, for instance, I heard some of the members were talking about Sunnyside. We have done 2 already. Now, you think you just walk in and you get a normal spaza shop, but when you go in the back, you find that this guy has built about 105 units, which is then renting out to about 3,500 rand per person. So he's making 500,000 rand, and he actually built it in a road reserve. So this is why we're taking city planning, health department, fire department, and we're making sure that these guys are all complying to the legislative roles that they are supposed to. I'm not going to go through most of these slides. If I look at these stats here, Chair, I just want to share 1 or 2 things which is also quite important, is that the successes, because we always hear that there's problems. But I believe that in Tshwane, the T for Tshwane is actually standing for tsunami. Now, I believe that when a tsunami hits, it goes in on the one side and it cleans on the other side. We have spoken to MEC Mamabola, as well as the Premier. We are now with the intergovernmental relations. City of Tshwane has approved the draft bylaw yesterday for public participation on the spaza shops. Last week we went on operation in Hammanskraal, we got a tip-off. Then we went to the supplier, and what we found there was actually shocking. It's a pity the gentleman of the liquor board is not here, because it seems like the liquor license is approved even before the building plans are approved. We found that about 7 million rand cash in a spaza shop. So we closed it down according to fire regulations. We've gone to about 7 or 8 different areas. We went to Mamelodi, we went to Sunnyside twice, we went to Eersterus, we've gone to Hammanskraal. So we're targeting the serious areas, but with the intergovernmental relations, what has happened now is the MEC of Kokta has actually told our chief of police that she must bring all the different stakeholder departments from Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, Midvaal, Lesedi, Mogale City, all these. So we're going to have massive operations where, let's say, for instance, we're targeting Sunnyside, then all those departments are going to come together, and then we're going to do the same when we go to Tembisa or Soweto or any of those areas. So as a force, we are going to work together. because the SAPS, I think it is General Pumi, or I can't remember his surname exactly, but we will be working together with him. So I think we're on the ball. And out of these operations, Chair, if you allow me, I'm sorry if I'm not touching on the numbers, but I think it's good to give you the background of what we're doing. Like, we got a tip-off from the community. We immediately dispatched our task team with the cable theft unit, and we also informed the SAPS at the Claudius substation 2 days ago. And we had about 5 of these abnormal vehicles there. It cost about 63,000 Rand just to bring that vehicle to the site. They were busy stealing, with one of our city officials, 11 kV transformers. The one was already loaded. There's about a 300-ton crane that was also there. So we arrested them on site. So we were fortunate because they were busy dismantling the second transformer already. We've arrested 10 of them. They are in prison as far as I know. They must appear in court, but we're going to deal with the officials as well. What we also done to actually look at these numbers and to bring the crime stats down, we started looking at the bylaw enforcement specifically on derelict buildings, because we have found out that group property, the properties belong to group property. They don't budget for maintenance. Then it becomes a problem building, and then it becomes a hijack building, and then it becomes Metro's problems. So we are dealing with that. When it comes to infrastructure, Chair, we have a cable theft unit. We have also other teams within our Metro Police that is looking at the infrastructure, stealing of cables. And the success of this investigation, I don't want to say too much about it, but with this investigation, actually we linked it to other substations that was also been broken up and broken into, and we also linked it to about 10 million Rand worth of cable theft. So this is why, if you look at these numbers on the board here, the number of road policing operations, our target was 93. We've done about 140. Then the specialized road policing operations interventions executed, the target was 112. We've done 137. The national bylaw policing operations, target is 76. We've done 96. Then also the bylaw operations interventions executed was target is 52. And we have done that one is equal on 52. Then illegal dumpings. What we also done yesterday in the council, we approved the waste bylaw so that they can assist us. Now we can actually take the vehicle to the pound if we find him that he's actually doing illegal dumping. So that will assist the Metro Police as well. Then we look at the regional crime prevention stats. For that specific quarter, the number was 184. We have done 191. Then the next one is crime prevention operations interventions executed was 223. That was the target, but we've done 231. Number of Metro Police education awarenesses, specifically schools. We not just going to schools to make them aware, but we also have the spaza shop operations. We go in front of the schools, and if it's any illegal spazas, we close them down if they don't have any certification. The good news is, and I think the Premier will smile about it, the draft bylaw that we were talking about, the City of Tshwane approved it in the council meeting yesterday. So now it's just going for public participation. So I think that is, I don't know how they say it. Is it Blue Bulls or whatever? The Premier will be smiling about that one, Chair. Then let me just check. If you look at the last one there, the response to land invasion incidents within 48 hours is 100%. But what we found is, because we are the gateway from the north, the informal settlements has grown from 260 to about 505. And this is the influx of about 10,000 plus per day coming into the whole of Gauteng because they are seeking for jobs. There's a serious issue there. If you look at the integrity management, and I'll be short, a number of complaints received was 59. We have dealt, there's 37 that was excused because of a lack of evidence. Number of disciplinary cases finalized was 68. Disciplinary cases pending is 169. Number of cases investigated and referred for disciplinary hearings is 31. Members placed on suspension was 24. Civil claims processed was 23. Members dismissed was 10. And Chair, just for information, is what we've done in the city of Tshwane as well. We've implemented the minimum information security standard document, and because we were working for I don't know what's that place in America, you know, where all the actors are. Hollywood, everybody was acting, but we have now put all the Section 56 managers, we vetted and screened them, we put them in place in a permanent position to bring stability in the city, and that actually enhanced the city's finances as well. So there's quite a lot of things that we're busy doing. If you look at the drug unit, the drugs, we had 41 cases.
As you summarize now.
I will do so. Thank you, Chair. I'm a preacher, and when you get a mic, you never stop. Thank you. Cable theft, we had 5. Crime prevention, 140. Crowd management was 5. Road policing was 172. The bylaw policing was 2, so altogether was 365. These are just some of the photos where we visited some of the businesses as well as the spaza shops. But Chair, what we've realized is we don't just go into the spaza shops. We went into a place like Menlyn Main, and surprisingly, you find some of those shops, they don't even comply with the licenses, then we close them down. So this is just a couple of photos of operations that we've done. We also looked at other stakeholders. There was quite a lot of involvement with SAPS. Then you'll see here is education with different Women's Month. We had outreach, and then I think I need to stop there and say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair.
Thank you. Johannesburg. My aim is that
good afternoon, Chairperson, Honorable Chair, and then honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, District Commissioners, and the DPCs that are here, HOD, and all protocol observed. As Johannesburg Metro Police, by addressing both immediate safety concerns and the underlying causes of crime, JMPD services play a vital role in fostering safety within safer community within the city of Joburg. Chairperson, my presentation is not so long, just short. These are is the purpose. I'm not going to dwell much on it. And then these are our strategic objectives. And then we have also our focus areas in terms of our KPIs as well, where bylaw enforcement has been turned to be our key, and then crime prevention as well. Then we have the issues of transport, and those are the activities that we do as Metro Police and the desired results on the other side. Chairperson, these are our units that are there. And then we have also revived our CCTV response unit, which responds to cameras in the CBD. Also, as we have VumaCam as well, in order to respond to all the incidents of cameras, which it has and a lot of good results for us. And this has assisted our colleagues in terms of crime in the CBD, but we have noticed, like the statistics that were presented this morning, Joburg CBD, it's in serious trouble. So we need to deal more. But what we have done as a city as well is that we have moved all our specialized units into the CBD, Chairperson. From the 1st of October, they are there for another 3 months so that they can deal specifically with bylaws, crime prevention, and also the issues around traffic management in the CBD. So that's what we are doing there in order to ensure that the crime levels are reduced. So these are the activities that these units do in order to contribute to the safety of the community. These are the stats that I'm not going to read, but they are there. What is it that we have achieved? What is it that we have done? Chairperson, also this is the same in terms of the arrest for drinking and driving and so on, and the recoveries that we have done. That we have to deal with on daily basis. Recently now we are having also the taxi industry that is causing problems through the buses there in Soweto and so on. And here for integrity issues, Chairperson, the number of cases we have had is 45 that we received that are under investigation. Number of dismissals is 4, and then we are number of suspension, we are having 7. Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get comments from on the 3 reports? Member Soon? Okay, can go ahead.
Chair, just a request if we can get the presentations from all 3 metros, please. Thank you.
Okay. I think they'll be circulated, they're supposed to be circulated. My comment is just one, and it's not maybe even for response, and it's a comment that I've made before, that it seems like our targets, in terms of our performance targets, are quite low, because every time all the metros have overshoot their targets. So it means 2 things. It means we are super performing, or maybe we need to revise the targets, because the way they are now, it seems like they are quite low. Like 5 rates prescribed, you do 20. So it's something that we need to look at, and I think the issue. I don't want to belabor the point on the issue of coordination on bylaw enforcement. It's quite important that at least there's the standardization process that is happening. But I think from the side of community safety, we also need to come in to make sure that we do proper enforcement of bylaws across all the municipalities in the province. And lastly, because this is the start of our 7th term of the 7th administration, I'm hoping that I'm going to see the same faces going forward. My worry is that over the past 4 years that I've been here, we have seen different faces over time, and it also impacts on the stability and the approach and the effort put in. So I'm hoping that it's no longer like Hollywood. No more acting. There will be permanent people coming, so that we get to have some form of stability. But thank you for the presentations, and we'll keep an eye on the work that you are actually doing. Member Gunene?
No, Chair, I just want to appreciate the energy of the MMC, the new MMC from Tshwane. He seems to have lots of energy that we need for crime fighting. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very much important that we do have that. It's appreciated. Thank you. Can we then get the presentation? When you feel comfortable, you want to excuse yourself, you can, but you can just form part of the last presentation. By 2 will be done. Yeah. You will join online. So I'm asked by members that if you might not take a lot of time.
Not at all, Chair.
Okay.
And Chief Minister, presents really quickly. Mine was just to ensure that Good afternoon, Chair. It's not the second quarter report, honourable members, so it won't be long. Good afternoon, honourable Chairperson and honourable members, to the law enforcement agencies that are here, Chairperson of the Community Policing Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It is very rare that we have 2 consecutive quarters showing a reduction in the levels of crime, leaving, of course, sexual offences as the most concerning one for the 2 quarters year on year that has not gone down. This in part because of the primary concern that Premier Lesufi has set and set crime as a primary focus area for Gauteng. This was further strengthened by the intergovernmental relations and the weekly meetings, very strenuous weekly meetings, sometimes twice a week, that we have with the municipalities and everybody reporting and bringing the resources together for us to do our work in this effort. We echo the Premier's sentiments that indeed we should bow our heads in shame, but at the same time do our work in order to facilitate more efforts, the 365 days of actual activism against gender-based violence, in order to ensure that the work of the safety of women and children is safe, particularly in the festive season, not only in the homes, but also on our streets. As we go into the festive season, it will be very important that we keep our communities safe, but also our children safe from being hit by the motor vehicles. And now ask, Chair, with your permission, the Chief of Gauteng Traffic Police, Chief Maisela, does the presentation on the festive season plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOG, and good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm briefly going to go through the presentation. The aim of this presentation is really to ensure that there is visible policing during the festive season, to spread the safe message campaign throughout and ensure an integrated approach in response to the road traffic challenges. These are the legislative imperatives that we'll be working with. And here, Chair, we are just saying the population of Gauteng, and we are saying that there are about 5.1 vehicles in Gauteng, and the population of 16.4 million people, and we occupy 16,927 square kilometers of the radius. And mostly it's public transport that we deal with, and during this time it is when people will be going to different destinations for holiday seasons. One of the issues, Chair, that we are saying here is that Gauteng as an economic hub is usually having challenges of many traffic collisions, and studies show that most of these collisions are preceded by a violation of a traffic rule, be it a robot, beating a robot, going through a stop sign without stopping, or overtaking when it's not safe to do so. Now, as a result of that, the implementation plan for this festive season will be really all categories of road users to be safe. There are different periods during the festive season, Chair. It's November, December, and January. November being characterized by the close of the tertiary institutions. As a result, there will be many social occasions that will be taking place, and there will be a lot of abuse of alcohol. The notorious pens down, which is started taking place from yesterday, the year-end functions, which most of the workers are attending, and abuse of alcohol as a result of that. There will be party revelers who will be taking to the street parks and sport, and at times closing the streets to make sure that they enjoy themselves. And of course, as HOD have mentioned, the whole issue of 16 days of no violence against women and children. And now, the priority of the plan will really to focus on all road users, but road safety in terms of making sure that we deal with road rage and the safety belts, and also for the children who are carried in this, and also the awareness campaigns that will be taking place. That was November. December will increase in the year and functions that will be taking place, and as a result, you'll see most of the people speeding. There will be school closures, which will make more young people to be traveling to coastal areas. Major roads in the Gauteng will be empty because of the exodus of people going to different destinations. But the decrease in vehicular traffic will mean also there will be more of speeding, excessive speeding that we'll see taking place, which will also be a risk. And the factory closures will also make sure that there will be a reduction of freight that will be going around. And as a result of the decrease in the freight, you'll have more motorists speeding because there will be no trucks on the road. Now, here what we are saying, there are issues that we'll be concentrating on, like drag racing, the decrease in traffic grid in Gauteng will, however, increase. Vehicles from other countries will be coming to our province. Illegal pedestrian movement on freeways, including drunken walking, overloaded trailers at night, who will try to avoid law enforcement. There is this notorious thing that ipitcop zilele busuku. So most of the people with unroadworthy vehicle will be traveling at night, and increase in night traveling, of course, from parties and all the bashes that will be taking place. Then January will be characterized by the back to school campaign, and also the scholar patrol, public transport, learner transport, and other initiatives that we will also work with the Department of Education to protect the school-going children. Now, these are some of the tactics which we'll be concentrating on during the festive season. For drunken driving, we'll have sporadic drunken driving operations without telling anyone where they will be. For crime prevention, we'll focus on visibility, roadside inspection, and we'll have mobile vehicle testing station for all unroadworthy vehicles that will be coming out because they have bonuses. And we'll have also unannounced roadblocks and stop and search of the vehicles. We'll make sure that we are on the street to avoid the pedestrian crossing the freeways when it's not safe to do so, and making sure that Aisha, there are those cars you'll see on the freeway going to mainly sided countries, and most of them are overloaded and make those vehicles to be unsafe. Reckless, negligent driving, the speeding of cars, and unsafe overtaking, including cell phone chatting and makeups while driving. These are the offenses we'll be dealing with, and also making sure that in all areas of rest, like in your garages, whether N1, N3, we'll be there to educate motorists to take break and try to rest as much as possible. Now, Chair, one of the strategies is drunken driving. Let me start by saying the legal limit for anyone to take alcohol is 0.5. For public transport is 0.2. But if you look here, these motorists, the first one is 1.27. That one is 0.76, far exceeding the limit, but they are driving. So we'll be concentrating on these drunken driving operations, and of course, crime prevention. During this time, everybody will try to take their chances because they think people have money. And as the former PC used to say, utata ma chance or utata ma bullet. Then this one is really around vehicle checkpoint check for unroadworthy vehicles, and making sure that all vehicles that are on the road are actually roadworthy so that we avoid carnages on our roads. These are for the speedsters, both mobile and mobile speed and vehicles that will be testing the high-speed vehicles, which we won't know because these ones are not marked. They will only greet you when you have exceeded the speed and you'll be in a cop shop. And these are the Malaysias that I was talking about. These are mainly going to SADC countries. And as you can see the load, imagine if this vehicle have to apply emergency braking, what then happens as loaded as they are. These are education campaigns that we'll be doing in all garages and all resting places for people to take break, but also to be always careful on the road. These are the authorities and the stakeholders we are working with to make sure that it become a integrated law enforcement operation throughout the festive season. These are the resources that we'll be using throughout. This is really the command structures and the details of all the commanders throughout the province. And these are also the details of commanders from other institutions, including road safety promotions and other stakeholders, the commanders thereof. We are then saying the instructions that will be given to officers on the road are the following. They must always be vigilant. They are not to leave the areas of deployment without permission. Officers shouldn't sit on patrol vehicles, but should be visible at all times and be as professional as possible. Motorists can provoke you, but we are saying be as professional as possible and wear bulletproof at all times for in case they try their luck to attack them. In terms of special instruction, there will be parades in all the, as stipulated in the operational plan, and all the areas where there will be operation, they will start by parades. Each authority will be responsible to pay overtime for their members, and there will be designated officials to deal with the media to give whatever briefing that is necessary. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. So we are ready. That's what you are saying. We are ready.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. I didn't hear you say that.
We are ready.
So the presentation would have been incomplete. Okay. Members, anything to comment on? Okay. That's fine. I think the major issue is just the issue of coordination. Coordination. You know, that's the only way that we can be able to get to a point where we are very safe in Gauteng. Law enforcement. But thank you so much for the presentation. I will then request those who can excuse us, who don't want to be part of this part of